Hells, I'm back. That's right, I'm back. Let's get this started. Let's get this party started right though, with a nice little opening doodad. I whistle this thing sometimes. Literally just walking down the street or like when I'm at work, I'll be like, all right, so PTR. I know I missed out on some PTR. I was trying to keep up with it while I was otherwise occupied, but yeah, couldn't. I'll probably have to depend on some of the kinship members to catch me up on stuff. I did hear about the helmet being like ridiculously OP, and also apparently it makes chain lightning halfway worthwhile. But I also heard that it was bugged, so I don't really know. Man, look at like Leon, Iman, and Dev and Connor in here, so let me catch up with them and see what's going on in the PTR so far.
Spamming the same chest.
What's up, guys?
I can't. You can't spam.
Ginger? What's up, Ginger?
Oh, there's.
So what have I missed out? Yeah, PTR.
How's your dad?
He's good. They got the plate in his leg. He broke his femur out of all things.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my
It's
God.
like isn't that like the strongest bone in the human body?
It's the strongest bone in your body.
Somehow he managed to break that.
Jesus, I broke that.
They said osteoporosis, but I'm like, I mean, he's kind of been bedridden for a while because of his legs. So chances are he probably just, you know how like astronauts slowly lose bone density from being in like a weightless environment. I think he just slowly started losing bone density because he hasn't been walking and using his legs on a regular basis.
Yeah.
I need to farm some of these new uniques. What's the best way to do that? Just like roll into the...
I have 0 of them, Ginger, if that helps you. Well, I have 0 of the ones I want.
Oh.
I got 0 too.
Well, we need to farm them. Why don't we get together and try and farm them?
So what we have to do is do the hordes together. So yes.
Yeah.
So we do HellTide. Every chest in HellTide gives you a key to do the hordes. If you destroy a key, you get a compass to upgrade the key, or the scroll to upgrade the compass key.
Yeah.
So like, we need to do HellTides and open chests?
Yes.
So then we just need to go spam the Maiden, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I think between all of us, we should have plenty of the Baneful Hearts, even though I heard that they're like, apparently the nerf they did was too strong.
Yeah, for sure.
But we all should have like at least like 100 stored up, right?
Yeah, I have like 200.
Yeah, so like we can easily go like mess around with it.
Disappointing too that they didn't keep the profane, profane whatever they're called in the new season.
Yeah, they were really good.
Yeah,
like,
I really like those.
Being 10, like it just that's the key to leveling is being 10
let's
above.
not completely eliminate the fact that they might come back. They said it was an experimental feature, so we may see them come back with even more variety. Like maybe we'll get like a +10, a +20, like a +30, and so forth and so on. And maybe they'll do more than just HellTides. I don't know. Maybe they'll affect other areas of the world as well. Honestly, they should probably just work for the entire open world, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, but then you have to fundamentally change the thing because, like, you don't get any benefit of running over 10 levels above your character from an XP perspective. Like, you don't. Unless they want to change that aspect of it.
Honestly, it's
really just a difficulty. It's really just a difficulty aspect. I mean, many people walk through the open world in HellTides and they're like, oh well, I can do like tier 1 40 pits. Like this is nothing. Like I sneeze on the monsters and they die. Like it's basically just to give people a challenge.
It's more likelihood of getting GAs.
I mean, that could be a good way to do it.
or 40s.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to grab my Bone Spirit Necromancer. I feel like he's the best for farming crap anyway. Like, monsters that don't really have a ridiculously high, like, damage output. He's really good at that. Like, I can just fire one Bone Spirit, like, wipe an entire screen, basically.
If you get your hands on the new helm, you basically delete the game in the PTR. Any build will delete the game with that new helm.
Yeah, I heard and I saw it, and as soon as somebody linked it to me, and do we have a picture of it in like Discord? Let me pull it up.
Yes.
So other people know what the hell we're talking about.
You gotta scroll.
What's up, Kasha? What's up, Kevin? What's up, Bromac?
I've been posting a lot of like my notes and stuff, but right past before my notes, Crown of Lucium.
Yeah, I've seen it, and I also have heard people talk about how broken it is. Apparently,
it's like
and honestly,
hacking.
just reading it, if you don't see that that's broken, like I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you're just not very smart. And I'm throwing shade on you because, like, if you read this and you don't see how overpowered it is, then something's wrong. Okay, so first
What are
off, it
the
gives you
stats?
maximum resource, which is amazing for maximum resource scalers. So, like, super duper good there, and it also has +2 core skills. So already the itemization of the item is like on point for
Yep.
a very large number of builds that are based on primary resource. But it says gain 75% resource cost reduction. Each time you spend a primary resource on a skill, and it doesn't specify any skill either. It just says, does it spend resource, right? So I'm assuming that it would even work on Bone Spirit. It would even work on things like Kick that consume all your resource in a single hit, so that
Yes.
the next time you kick, you're going to get an even bigger buff the next time you kick. And then it goes, it's going to give you a 25% multiplier, all right, and a 25% increase in resource cost for 4 seconds. All right, this stacks up to 4 times, which means you can get 25, 25, 25, 25, which is a 100 times multiplier on any skill you choose that spends resource.
5 times. 5 times.
Well, oh no, sorry, 125%. My bad. So 125% multiplier on any skill you choose, and all it does is increases the resource, but it already reduces your resource cost by 75%. So how much is that actually increasing it in the grand scheme of things?
Yeah.
Well, you're also giving them too much benefit of the doubt that it only works the way it says, and it's not bugged all to hell because it is bugged all to hell. And
Well, it
just,
could
like,
very well
really
be stacking.
stacks.
It could
Yes,
very well be stacking cumulatively, like some sort of like
Yeah.
compound
is.
interest back in the day that got completely eliminated because it was over OP. Like, for those of you who don't know, like back in the day, you used to have like a compound interest that you could like put money in the bank, and if I threw like $100 in the bank, it would gain maybe like 0.25% interest over that month, right? But with the compound interest, they would continually give you more and more interest every single month it was in there, and it would compound on each other until absolute insanity, right? So let's pretend it works that way. So let's say we do, I don't know, like 10,000 damage with a regular skill, and then you have a 25% bonus. I'm just gonna do it flat because it's easier this way to see it visually. But let's say you have a 25% bonus, and let's say the next 25% bonus for some reason is compounding on top of the first. Well, then now you end up with a lot more than when you started, and you've got 5 of these, so you keep adding them into each other, and they keep compounding on each other like crazy, and then by the time you're done, you know, like your original value of like 10,000 damage is now like 30,517. Then that's of course assuming that you have no other multipliers involved, right? So we've already gone up by like 3 times our damage output, even though we only have 125% bonus. I mean, in theory, it sounds interesting, but even if it works exactly as it states, it still sounds. How do I put this? Best in slot for every single character that is using a resource, and they basically made it so that essentially all skills can use resource now because they also added the sword, which literally makes basic skills into a resource spender. Of course, we don't know whether or not it works together with it because we have to go find that sword. But this one is called Shard of Verithiel, which basic skills now deal 300% additional damage, but additionally cost 25 primary resource. So not only does the Lucian Crown work with every single spender, it now also works with every single basic skill as well, as long as you're able to equip this sword. And if I remember correctly, didn't they make it so that all characters can use swords now, or is it just the sorceress?
Pretty much all. Because Necro could already do it.
Druids
Can you do it?
can't.
Druids
Druids.
can't?
I don't
Druids
think
still
druids
can't use the sword?
So 4 out of 5 can.
So 4 out of 5 can use the sword, which means 4 out of 5 can now use the Crown of Lucian with their basic skill. And to make matters even worse, I noticed something else that happened, which I don't know if you guys saw it, but there's a new aspect for the rogue that enables the basic skill to always be imbued with cold imbuement.
That's crazy.
And I was thinking, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, okay, so you use Shard of Verithiel, right? You use the aspect that always imbues your puncture with poison imbuement. Then you grab the new aspect that always imbues your basic skill with a cold imbuement. Now you have a puncture ability, which is costing you 25 resource. It has poison imbuement always attached to it, and now it has cold imbuement always attached to it. And then you throw Crown of Lucian on, and you've got some crazy doojanks going on. I don't know if I have the aspect. It's probably in my panel. Let me check real quick. Collections, Codex of Power. Let me just type in Imbuement, and then let me change this to all classes. Let's see here. I might not have the new one. Maybe somebody who's on the rogue can pull it up. I'm not really sure. Let me try typing it cold. Actually, that's going to pull up way too much. So let's try basic. Well, there's only so many ones that affect basic skills. And then I guess I could also filter by... Oh, no, I can't filter... I can't filter by class. But anyway, like, that's another crazy thing. I don't know. Yeah, here it is right here. I found it. The cold clip aspects rogue only. Your basic skills are always cold imbued. You deal 20% increased damage to enemies who are chilled or frozen. That's the one I'm talking about. And that sounds absolutely insane to me because that means that you can literally have a basic skill like puncture permanently imbued with both cold and poison at the same time. Not only that, but you could also potentially use this on Heartseeker, the new Heartseeker builds. You could have your Heartseeker permanently imbued with Cold Imbue, which, of course, certainly wouldn't be a terrible thing. And then, like, I mean, that's all basic skills. So pretty much every single one of the rogue skills is now permanently able to Cold Imbue targets. Puncture, obviously, is going to be the one that people are going to pull out of the pack, though, because Puncture has this one as well, which is the aspect of Pestilent Points, which is every third cast of Puncture is in poison imbued with 150% normal potency. So then you get cold and poison imbuement together, and then you can start activating the imbuement aspects. So there's quite a few imbuement aspects, like, for instance, the aspect of Bursting Venoms, which is not quite what I'm looking at. But there's also Noxious Ice, which is your poison damage does more when you're attacking a monster that's frozen. There's the Volatile Shadows, which is, or not that one, where is it? I'm trying to remember the name of it. There's so many of them. One of them is called Ice something. I can't even remember the name of it. God, there's so many. There's so many on the rogue that all have to do with imbuements. And it's hard to pull them all out. Yeah, the Icy Alchemist, which is Lucky Hit, Shadow Imbued skills have a 75% chance to release an explosion when hitting a cold damage target. And then Toxic Alchemist, which is Shadow Imbued skills, have a 75% chance to create a toxic explosion when hitting a poisoned enemy. So you've got like permanent poison, you got permanent chilled, and you could actually pull both of these and just like fire off a basic skill, or like a core skill that's Shadow Imbued, and you'd be fine. You wouldn't even need poison or cold imbuement on your bar. You just throw Shadow Imbuement on your bar, and then you can just profit. And you have all three imbuements, and you can do pretty much anything you wanted. I mean, has anybody found like a bunch of new uniques other than those, or are those basically the only ones that are in the game?
Oh, there's a decent chunk of them. I think Wowhead has a list.
This pair of gloves is, I mean, I can't say that I hate this, but it's a Diablo 3 thing. This is straight up from Diablo 3. They just pulled this directly from Diablo 3. I can't remember the name of the gem. It's a gem, I think, in Diablo 3 that you put in your equipment. I mean, I could pull it up, but it's straight up a Diablo 3 gem. It doesn't work as well as you would imagine.
What's the effect?
The deferred damage gem. It's the one that like takes the damage and then like puts it into a cache, and then like takes that cache and then like distributes it to you over time instead, and like reduces it by a little bit or whatever. Like I remember using it in D3, and it wasn't as useful as you would think. Like, and I don't know if you guys had the same experience, but I used it on a lot of my Diablo 3 characters because, of course, you got one shot all the time in Diablo 3. So anything that would prevent you from getting one shot was welcome. But I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
Is it the item that split the damage between you and your follower?
Oh,
or-
it wasn't an item. It was
No, it was a gem.
Yeah, it was a gem.
It was one of those special Diablo 3 gems.
Yeah.
The ones you get from the rifts.
You can put them in your ring or amulet, your rings or amulet.
Let me see if I can find it real quick, and that way we can just pull it up on stream, and I can talk about it. Here's a list of all the Diablo 3 gems. Lord Jesus, there's so many. I forgot how many there were.
And the one that you always wanted was the last one you'd get from doing the glyphs. Always. And oh, by the way, it's not much different in D4 with glyphs. So.
Let's see here. I'm gonna see if I can. I'm just going through these. It looks like most of these are blanks. I don't know why this website has a bunch of blank ones on the list that don't do anything.
I posted some of the information about the uniques in the kinship letter chat there.
Nice. I know it's in here. I know. If I remembered the name of it right off the top of my head, like, I would, I'd be able to just, like, pull it out. I mean, as soon as I see it, I'll probably remember. Here it is. Moratorium. And I think it actually works very similarly. Here, I'll put a screenshot of it in the D4 chat as well. So moratorium, 35% of all damage taken is instead staggered and dealt to you over 3 seconds. So any time you get hit, 35% of that damage would then turn into a dot, which would then apply to you in 3 seconds. So this is when you would take damage for at least 40% of your maximum life. So that sounds pretty similar, 35%, 40%. Although I'm assuming it works for more than 40%, so a little bit of a change there. At once, it is instead distributed over the next 4 seconds and reduced by 30%. So it's very, very similar to the moratorium from the game before. It looks like they're just pulling that straight from D3. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, and it looks like they beefed it up quite a bit from the original moratorium. I mean, before it was 35% of all damage taken, so it was kind of like a damage reduction, but then it also applied a bleed to you. This one is 40% of the damage taken, as long as the damage is equivalent to 40% or more of your maximum life. So it actually is going to function a little bit worse in some ways, but it's going to function a little bit better in others. It looks like how they did it, they set it up almost specifically as a one-shot protection. Like, it's really only there just to try and prevent you from getting one shot. Like, it won't protect you against poison. It's not going to protect you against dot damage. It's not going to protect you basically against anything that's going to take small chunks out of your HP pool over a long period of time or over a short period of time.
Definitely
even.
something that a hardcore character is going to like a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it could also be very useful when you're scaling pits. I feel like if you're going into the really high the rifts, I said griffs. If you're going to the really high griffs, the gloves are going to basically act as a one-shot protection. But that one-shot protection is probably only going to work a couple times before you build up enough bleeds on you that literally it's just going to just rip you to shreds anyway. I mean, I like one-shot protection. I don't like being one-shot. I don't know about you guys. I think one-shots are stupid. And they need to move away from the one-shotting. Like, monsters that hit you really hard, sure, but, like, when you run into a random dungeon and, like, random monster number 72A just happens to get, like, a lucky hit on you and almost, like, literally just wipes you off the face of the planet, like, that kind of stuff's not really that fun. the one-shots in Diablo 2 were a lot more toned down. They happened, but when they happened, you knew exactly why, and you were like, holy crap, that was a dangerous pack of monsters. It wasn't just like random monster number 5 that was like sitting in a zone. It was like an elite pack with like just the right mods, and you know, like you got amped, and there was like might and fanaticism and like spectral hit and extra fast and all sorts of other crap, and like you knew, like, honestly, even just going in by like all the auras that were underneath the monster's feet, that like danger was present. But in Diablo 3 and in Diablo 4, a lot of the times you'll just die to trash mobs, like especially when you're in the higher tiers.
Yeah, it happens. The Infernal Hordes are pretty hard at the higher tiers too.
I mean, there's
you just start
nothing.
getting one shot.
There's nothing in here I haven't already seen. And the Basilisk, that's new. Path of Tregul, Mortar Crux. I've seen a lot of the rogues. I was trolling a little bit on some videos, just trying to see what was going on, and it did look like they were liking the Smacrolum thing that you put on the ground, because it like basically just doubles all your damage outward in an AoE. Or the what is it called? The totem, the shade totem.
Yep,
I
it's
saw
really good.
I saw a lot of people were saying that's really good, and it looks really good. And it seems like a really neat way to allow the single target characters to dish out AoE damage. But I feel like there's a lot more of the other problem. Like, I feel like a lot of the rogue builds are suffering from too much AoE damage and not enough single target, so it's kind of like the other way. But I guess rapid fire, like the original rapid fire, would definitely benefit from that, because you could just target the shade totem.
Apparently feed into each other too, because you can have 2 totems down.
Oh, you can have 2 totems at the same time?
Yep. I think it says it right on the unique. It goes up to 2 totems.
Oh, okay. So then that means 30% of one will hit the other one, which will then probably get reduced by another 30% into another explosion.
You would think, but I think they're actually getting added together, and it's more damage.
So it's just what?
Everything you
Broken.
think logically would make sense is the opposite in this game. It's doing an insane amount of damage.
I've seen a lot of people
Map
complaining
is
about
hard.
chain lightning. Like, I saw that.
Wow.
I don't think there was a single person that wasn't complaining about chain lightning's poor
Because it's
performance.
really weak, unless you start doing things like you put Andy's helm on, then you can do a lot of poison damage with it, and then you could do like a pit 100, maybe 101. I did it. It was like, okay, but who wants to just it's poison really doing the damage. It's not the chain lightning.
Yeah, because
Or you could put on
you're hitting so many times that you're getting all of the little poison procs, right?
Yeah,
But if that was the case, then wouldn't you just be better off with like Charge Bolt that has way more hits?
exactly.
Per
It's not
second.
chain lightning anymore. You're doing poison. It's a joke at that point.
And then I also heard that some people were putting on the helmet, but like the funny thing is that even though people said that the Crown of Lucian worked really good with the chain lightning, they were also laughing because the like all the other builds, like any other build basically, is like outperforming it by like times 10 or something.
It was, and then someone figured something out, and now the chain lightning with that helm, and I think the Ring of Starless Sky. You might need all 3. There's something going on with it where it's like taking that 125% damage from the helm, and then it's like multiplying it into the 11 chain lightnings that are going on, and then the Starless Sky is 50%. Like, it's all going into it, and they're doing quadrillions of damage. They're doing pit level 200. They're killing the boss in like half a second. Like, it's a joke.
Well, that's definitely
it's a
it's
bug.
definitely
That's
gonna
a
be
bug.
fixed, obviously.
Yeah,
I mean, I've heard that the Crown of Lucian is like super duper bugged. That's basically what everyone's been saying. It's super duper duper bugged. Now, why am I watching I'm not gonna watch the debates. Like, I'm not even gonna get into politics, but like, dude, have you not seen Biden just like stumble over his words like most of the time? He went up to a Starbucks employee and asked her for ice cream. Like, I'm not really interested in watching them stick their feet in their mouth. And they are, both of them. Isn't there a rule? There's no teleprompter or whatever. Like, so they actually have to make up their own words.
there's
Like,
a
they're
lot
not allowed
of
to read
rules.
off of cards.
I think there's also a 2-minute delay on the broadcast, so they can like literally
Just-
edit out anything they want.
Oh, that's terrible. Well, I wonder, which one CNN's gonna edit out.
And they actually put in, I think they put all the press in a separate room, not even in the same room, and they're
Really?
watching a feed. So they're probably getting the same feed that we're getting, which means they're getting the 2-minute delay.
Well,
With
it
the-
could also potentially mean that the feed that they're getting and the feed that we're getting is delayed even more than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So they could be told that the feed is only delayed 2 minutes, but the debate, I mean, like when I was a kid, I always thought that Jay Leno was recorded live. And it is
Right.
recorded live, but it's not recorded at night. It's recorded during the daytime and then played back for us. Like, so, I mean, there's definitely some studio magic that could be going on.
They're just-
You know
they're
what
both
you
just
know
gonna
what you
be
could do
idiots
to
on the stage.
You know what you could do to prevent that? Each one of the, like Trump or Biden or whichever one, whoever thinks that they're gonna get like bamboozled, doesn't matter which one, could just wear like a little digital clock on their shirt, and that way when you're watching the show, you can look at the digital clock and you can look at your clock and you can see how far behind the stream is. I would do it. I would totally do it. Because at least that way, nobody would have any questions of like how far behind it is. And then they just blur it out. They just put like a little like they just blur it out so you can't see it. Did they give Doombringer the same treatment? Does it do the shadow damage on the enemy instead of you, or like,
Uh,
or
I
did
think so.
I don't think.
I don't remember reading anything, but the thing is, a lot of the updates and uniques are not in the PTR even. So
Yeah. Alright, I need my Banished Lord Talisman. We need to do some farming, that's what we need to do.
I got a few of the things if you guys want to use them. Up
Yeah,
whenever I
yeah.
have.
We'll run them. Let me get this character put together so we can actually make it work, and then I'll come and join you. I can't remember who has my frickin' Doojank. It's probably the
I don't
new character.
tier we can do, because I can do tier 6, but not 7 or 8. And
So-
like
Problem-
8 takes like an hour to do.
Wait.
So
Yeah.
yesterday, before I was about to leave, I had an idea to try and make the chain lightning worthwhile, and it basically revolved around just doing like a basic arc flash build, spamming unstable currents. And then I also thought it could probably work really well with the Fractured Winterglass, by the way. Before I forget, because this is just my brain, and I'll forget this stuff if I don't say it. Both of them, same lives. I think I saw somebody doing the Unstable Currents version, and it seemed like a better version than the one I was running on launch day. And I totally think that the Chain Lightning and the Frozen Orb can be completely compatible with each other. It's just a matter of like setting it up right. Which could be interesting to have a lightning cold build. Starless. Yeah, right. Regular Starless doesn't work for this character, so it doesn't matter. I'm trying out the Bone Prison thing. I'm a little bit disappointed with some of the like. It's just I don't understand what they're doing, to be perfectly honest.
I agree.
Like,
This
I
game
don't.
has a large identity crisis.
Well,
with,
it's like let me kind of explain myself, like why I don't understand what they're doing. All right, so let's pretend that you've got I don't know, a multiplier, right? So the multiplier goes up to the moon, like you can get 200, 300%, like whatever it is that you're going to get from it, right? So they cap off the multiplier, and they're like, okay, we don't want you to build this multiplier higher than such and such percent. And you're like, okay, you don't want
Grizzly
us to build
Rage.
the multiplier. All right, it's like, all right, you don't want us to do that. Okay, then the next day they hand you another multiplier, right? And they're like, use this one instead. And somewhere along the line, like, do they not realize that what they're doing is they're basically just replacing one multiplier with another? I mean, isn't Doesn't that make sense? Like that they're basically just taking one multiplier. They're capping it off because they're like naughty bad children. How dare you eat cookies from the cookie jar? And then they take the cookie jar away and they give you one cookie a month, right? And then they put the cookie jar in a lockbox. But then like 5 minutes after they put the cookie jar in the lockbox, they bring home a big box of Swiss cake rolls and let you have as many Swiss cake rolls as you want because Swiss cake rolls aren't cookies. And so what's the difference? And then they get mad later on. They're like, you ate all the Swiss cake rolls, and you're like, well, you gave them to me. Like you said use them, and I ate them. I mean, I didn't eat any cookies, and they're like, well, now you can't have any Swiss cake rolls. And then they take that and they lock that in the cabinet. But then the next day they bring home oatmeal cream pies, and you're like, what are you doing exactly? Like, why are you taking one away from me and then just giving me another?
That's all right. But that's like my whole point, and I'm kind of hoping to do a video on this because I feel passionately about it. It's like all the previous nerfs, not bug fixes, but nerfs they did. Like Grizzly Rage, remember how it used to stack crit up to like 1,000%?
Yeah.
That was crazy because it was a multiplier. But then they capped crit 200%. So then Grizzly Rage stacking to 1,000% doesn't really matter anymore. In the grand scheme of things, it matters nothing now. Like that nerf should be undone. The nerf to Hoda. Hoda is a joke build compared to any modern build in Season 4. Like the old Hoda that was one-shot Endurio for like, 400 million hits. It's no damage compared to what you do in 150 pits.
Well, I hate to use Twisting Blades as an example because Twisting Blades deserved a lot of the nerfs that it got. But the problem was they didn't know how to nerf it, right? So they kept nerfing it. And every time they nerfed it, it wasn't nerfed because they didn't know how to nerf it, right? And then they finally did nerf it. Like they finally figured out what was wrong. And didn't it turn out to be like a bug where it was double dipping or something, and it was getting like 100% of like the poison potency, even though it wasn't supposed to,
right,
or something like that, right? And so they fixed it, right? So they finally fixed it. And then at that point that they finally fixed the bug, why aren't they backstepping and undoing some of the previous nerfs that they did?
I agree.
To alleviate the fact that they absolutely butchered the skill.
Yeah.
Like, once you identify the issue, and I understand they had trouble identifying the issue, like, they're human. They didn't know what the hell was going on. They can't understand their own math. But they finally figured it out. And then once they figured it out, they should have taken a step backward and been like, okay, were these other nerfs justified? Like, should we maybe undo some of these now that we've fixed the problem? And they definitely should have.
The nerfs back then were justified for how the game was then, but they keep changing the game. This goes to your point. Like when they introduced the pit and it goes to tier 200, infinitely scaling mobs, and then you have these builds pushing 150 tier pits where they need to do billions upon trillions of damage because the bosses have trillions of health. Then a build back then in season 1 or 2 that was doing a couple 100 million is nothing anymore. Like that build wouldn't even work today. But you nerfed it like 10 times. Because back then it was a lot of damage, but today is not a lot of damage.
And they just never recover, right? Chain Lightning was one of them. Like, it was amazing when the game first launched, you remember? And then they nerfed the crap out of it, and it just never recovered. Like, it was just poop forever, basically. Oh, I don't even know what the hell just happened. I thought he was dead. I literally just died after he died. That was beautiful.
Leon.
Get in here, Leon. Res us. Khan's gonna die. Haha.
But that's what I mean by like identity crisis. They need to decide because there's static content in the game, right? There's a 200 level bosses. That's pretty much your static checkpoint content. You need to decide, like, is that where you want to start capping builds out? Because then, if that's the case, then why do you even have pits go only to 200? You might as well stop them where you like at the bosses. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's once again this thing where they're like, let's scale people infinitely and then have the static content meaningless. It's like, what are we balancing around?
I don't think they know. I think that's why they have this infinite content in the first place. Do you remember when the game launched and there was like tier 100s and people were like super excited to try and like scale tier 100 and nobody could do it? Like tier 100 was basically an unachievable goal. And then people were like, okay, well, if tier 100 is an unachievable goal, then we're just going to cheese it. And they figured out every single way they could to cheese as far as they could into it, whatever methods that they could, right? And then they come out and they're like, well, we never actually expected anyone to defeat, tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons. And then they nerfed the builds that cheesed that cheesed the thing. because you know they didn't want them cheesing it in the first place. And then they brought down the difficulty of the entire thing, right? And I think that's par for the course of what they're doing. What they're doing is they have no clue what the actual difficulty of, you know, the game is. They don't know what they want to scale to. So they're just throwing, like, spaghetti at the wall. And then once they throw a bunch of spaghetti at the wall, they get an idea of, like, what people are capable of. And they decide whether or not they like the idea of what people are capable of, which is really stupid. It's a really stupid way to balance the game, is to like just throw people in there, see how high they can get, and then balance around how high they can get. And if they don't like how high you get, well, then they nerf you. They're like, oh, you got up to tier 190 with that? So like, okay, we're nerfing.
And they make another build the next season that can do it, and then your old build is just deleted and it's basically junk. And then they just eliminate the amount of viable builds. Because they, like you said, they just keep introducing new builds, new items that break the game, and then the old ones that they nerf don't get readdressed. It's like they need to choose something. They need to just like put their foot down and say, this is roughly where people should be in power level.
I think until they get to a point where they are, oh, I didn't see that explosion. Until they get to a point where they've got the game mostly in, like all the uniques are in, and the classes are in, I don't think they're ever going to do it. I think we're stuck in an infinite loop of them adding a bunch of stuff, and then right after they add a bunch of stuff, they're going to have to balance it because they don't know what the hell's going on. I mean, the only thing that I will say that is good in their favor is that they seem dedicated to the idea of, okay, well, we effed up, let's fix it next season. Which is a good mentality in my opinion, because we effed up, we'll fix it next season. At least allows people to capitalize on whatever's going on for one season. You know, at least not feel like everything's getting taken away from them as soon as they freaking got it. You know, slap it out of their hand like a baby with a toy. Reminds me of this one time I was at a grocery store. Completely random story, by the way, but you'll get the point by the end of it. So I was sitting there, and I'm behind on the register, and I was just waiting to check out. And there was his dad, and he had you know, 2 kids with him. One was a real young kid; it was a little boy, you know, like maybe half a year, maybe a little older. And the other kid was young too, but he was like 5. I don't know, maybe 5, probably like 4, right? And the kid's just sitting there, and you know, he's minding his own business. He's got his hand on the cart. He's being generally a good kid from most perspectives, and he starts singing. I don't know what he's singing. I can't quite remember the tune. You know, like let's just pretend he's singing Sesame Street or something. You know, he's like ah, na, 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 and he's just happy, right? He's just happy. He's doing his thing. You know, he's living his best life. And his dad turns around and yells at him, tells him to shut up. And I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, he wasn't even doing anything wrong. He was just singing. Like, he was just having a good time. I'm like, what are you, mad at the kid for being happy? And sometimes that's what it feels like with the developers. Like, they wait until we got, like, a toy in our hands, and then they slap it out of our hand, and they're like, how dare you? But thankfully, now that they're leaving it for a season, it doesn't feel so much like they're just slapping toys out of our hands. But, I mean, it's still stupid that it happens in the first place. I mean, at least we've got a PTR now where we can actually be like, hey, devs, see what you did here? It's stupid. I pulled up somebody's stream. I can't remember whose it was. Maybe it was Budijo's or something, and he was sitting there playing with the Infinite Invulnerability on the Rogue, the Shroud of Canderous.
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, you can totally maintain it 100%. He's like, all you have to do is like this, and this. He's like, and watch. He's like, it will almost never go down. He's like, if it does go down, it's going to go down for a fraction of a second, and then it's going to come right back up. So the infinite invulnerability for the Shroud of Canderous is totally active. And unless they fix it, of course, which... what devs didn't you say last time, Dev, you did the PTR and you reported the infinite invulnerability for the fire shield, and they didn't do anything about it?
It wasn't me. I don't do the PTR. I let you guys do it. I watch. I listen.
I'm not sure who it was then. So I noticed at the end of these things, you can open the same chest multiple times.
Yes, yes.
So we can just go
okay.
for we can go for what, the equipment over and over again,
Yeah.
and we can
that's
just
what you do, trying to go for the
yeah, we
uniques,
can
so.
just try and get the uniques. I mean, once we get them, we can trade them back and forth as long as you don't upgrade them.
Yeah.
So just don't put any master working on them or anything. Obviously they don't temper, so as long as you don't master work them, we can trade them back and forth. I mean, I'm doing pretty good damage. I'm a little squishy for tier 6, but I'm hitting pretty darn hard.
Yeah, I think someone said in here they don't even scale like player health here, so it's like the same health right now.
That's for 3. Yeah, 3 people. As it would be for 1.
Ah.
So it's actually easier in a group at the moment.
Oh, okay. I think I'm fine with that.
It's kind of.
I don't like how they scale HP anyway. It's like for 2 players, it's like ×2, and then for like 3 players, it's like ×8, and then for 4 players, it's like ×16. Like I don't even know what the hell's going on. 2 players is usually okay. Like if you do 2-player content, it usually feels pretty fair. But then as soon as you get that 3rd player in there, it does not feel like it's just ×3. Like I don't know what it is, but it's not ×3. I'm sure there's an actual formula somebody's probably worked out. And dear God in heaven, the frickin' the monsters that have the enhanced health in a 4-player dungeon. I don't know how much HP they got, but it's a lot. Okay, it's a frickin' butt ton.
It's exactly what you said. It's because they're not like adding, 1,000 HP, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. They're multiplying it, and it's like taking the old value and putting it into the new formula.
It's either that or it's compound interest. Like it's like 100% for 1 player, and then it's like 200% for 2. And then I think for 3 players, it's an extra 100%, but it's a 100% of the 200% that you get for 2 players. And then I think the 3-player or the 4-player one is another 100% of that value. So it actually ends up being like a lot more than what it should be. I mean, if I wasn't like running for my life right now, I'd run it on a calculator real quick. If somebody wants to do the math, it's really easy. You just take like 100, and then add 100% to it. Okay, and then take 200, which would be the number from that, and add 100% to that. And then take whatever that number is, and then add another 100% to that number. And then what you would do is you would take the original 100 and you would divide it into the final number to get the 4-player total like multiplicative health, which I believe is probably like 8 times at that point if I'm like doing my head math correctly.
Yeah.
What even killed me? What? There was nothing here, and I was outside of the radius of that thing. I was literally standing outside the radius. That is bullcrap.
I'm playing a much tankier build next season too, because I hate dying. The build I'm playing right now is pretty squishy.
I don't like those gloves, by the way. The ones that are supposed to prevent you from getting one shot. You know why? What am I supposed to do if I'm a Flame Weaver sorceress? What am I supposed to do if I'm a character that needs that slot? What if I'm like a Goer's Devastating Grip Whirlwind Barb? What if I'm Frostburn sorcerer, a character? What if I'm, using that slot for something? Like, am I just screwed? I mean, that's kind of how I see it. Is I'm basically just screwed. Oh, I didn't even see anything hit me. I seem to be getting one shot a lot here.
Yes, and this is only tier 6. Tier 7 is much harder, and tier 8 is crazy.
Well, I just didn't see anything. That's all. I wish I'd seen something. I would have dodged it.
Oh, they do 15% more damage, or 50% more damage to us. Boss is gonna be hard.
Well, my main issue is my army keeps dying because I keep dying, which is bad.
I need more time.
See if I can get my army back up. Oh god.
I need time to do that.
Yeah, exactly, JF. My kindred spirit. They don't know what the balance around, man.
No, I don't even know what hit me that time either. I think the AoE effect on that tower is way bigger than it actually looks on the floor. They got this like cool little graphic, and you're standing outside the graphic. You are not fine.
I need more time.
Something keeps freezing. That hurt.
Hello everybody,
What's
What's
up?
up, dude?
Dog Ginger. How is your dad doing?
He's doing much better. We got a
Alright,
plate in his butt.
I'm not ready yet.
He's got a bone plate. A bar, they called it actually. They called it a bar.
A fracture?
Man, his femur.
Ooh, I don't know if we should take that.
One more.
100% more damage on the bosses.
No way.
While slowed
wanna
this
do
way,
it?
you have 100
Sure.
unlimited
Whatever
resource.
you-
100% more damage on the bosses. Here we go.
Dude, unlimited resource sounds absolutely insane for me. I could just sit here in the back and just hold down the friggin' bone spirit button forever. Like, come on, let's go. Who needs
Bosses
resource?
are already getting tough.
The bosses are gonna delete us. Oh, it's a Fel Council specifically, not these bosses.
So hard.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm trying to hang back and just fire off my bone spirits.
Why do some of them like die so fast and some feel so tanky?
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey Ginger.
I hit pretty hard when I hit. I hit pretty hard when I hit. That was 64 million.
I'm not ready yet.
Alright, let's go get deleted by the bosses.
This is
Just do 100% more damage.
maybe 6 is too hard. Should,
I could do 6. I can't do 7. My character's not good enough. Or the PTR version is. My live character would be good enough for 7, but not for 8.
Oh, ow. Those hydras that they summon are nasty.
Yeah, no, these guys are actually tough when they have health and stuff. They're crazy. There's like the hydras, and then he does like a flame attack.
I'm just trying to hit them from afar and stay alive. I can keep them in a wall.
And Travical trying to kill me with their hydras.
I need more time.
Yep, I see the freaking hydras too. They're rude. I don't like them. Oh, I heard some jokes about the hydras though. I was going a couple different places, and man, there's some people just making just horrible fun of the hydras. They were like, you can have like 40 hydra heads now, as like, and it still only does like 1,000 damage.
I saw that.
He's like,
I
at
saw
this.
someone doing Lilith with it.
Somebody said at this point they could give us 400 Hydro heads, and we still probably would be sucking.
Yeah. There's a significant problem with a lot of base damage of skills in this game. There's a lot of skills that are completely useless because their base damage is just so low.
Not ready yet.
Melting them.
I don't even know, like. Okay, so we do the equipment.
Yep.
And you can just spam it? Man, I wish I knew that.
Yeah, I didn't know that at first. You can just spend
Yeah.
all your points on it specifically.
Make sure you pick up the Aether that the bosses dropped, by the way. It was that top right for me. Where the last one died? Yeah, over there. Yeah, you can open the same chest until you can't open it, and then you just use the rest in gold.
Yeah.
I got no uniques.
I got
Me either. Dude, I've been playing like a decent amount each day, and I don't have any of the uniques I want to try out. I'm so like I'm hating this because I want to try a new build. I want to try like Death Blow or something with the new sword, and I can't get it. Like I can't play. I'm just playing my live character that's worse than my live character because it doesn't have all the upgrades I made.
What the hell is this? Is this new, or am I just silly? Your minions deal 45% increased damage, but each one drains 1 essence from you per second. If you have no active minions, the damage increase applies to you instead, and you lose 7 essence per second. I vaguely remember this a long time ago, but I thought they took it out.
Yeah, I think it was it a vampiric power?
It's called the grand. It's called the aspect of the Grand Feast. I could have sworn I remember that from a long time ago, but that they had taken it away. Huh. I mean, that's one.
You want to do a 5 and see if we go it goes a little quicker?
I don't think it would go quicker because it's time based. I mean, it would go quicker in the sense there'll be one less wave, but then we'll get less Aether, which means one less chest open. So it's just the whole system needs to be reworked. Like it's really bad.
So what you want to do? 6 again?
6 is fine. We can handle 6 for sure.
What's up, Steph? Yeah, he's doing pretty good. The Grand Feast was a malignant power. Yes, it was. Seven essence per second is a lot of essence per second taken away.
Ready?
People already made like ridiculous Cataclysm builds with the friggin' unlimited Cataclysm. Okay, I walked forward, touched a burning pile, immediately took all my life in burn damage, and fell down. Beautiful.
Make sure you pop incense. We have like infinite mats, so we can just create character for more mats here. I'm gonna pop another one.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, I don't even have a potion on.
Yeah, get a potion, get a heat.
They literally give us infinite mats every time you create a character using this stuff. The only thing they can give us is masterworking materials, which they should have. Because I don't feel like running the pit to make my character better. I could do that on the live server. I don't want to run the pit on the PTR.
It's gonna be a week, right?
Yep.
Doesn't make any sense.
I need more time.
Dude, I've been gambling swords. I've been opening swords in HellTide, and I've been doing this, and I cannot get the new sword. I can't get. I just want one of them. Give me either the basic one or give me the Death Blow one. Just give me one of them so I can make a different build.
I'm not ready yet.
Help me help you, Blizzard.
The PTR is
It's a 1.
trying the game, so everything should be available so you could try the game.
They gave a lot of them. There's specific ones that they did not give. That's the problem.
You're given inputs, so
They gave us the easy ones that you can get off Grigore. Like, the ones that you get off Grigore, everyone could have had those, because we could just farm Grigore. that would have been a joke to get, but those are the ones they gave us.
I need more time.
and you cannot create them with those cards.
No, because they're not mythic.
There's a 43 million crit on that one.
I mean, speaking of, at this point, like, since they're allowing us to craft mythics, and they've added multiple ways to obtain resplendent sparks, despite the fact that they obviously didn't want us to be able to craft them, and then they're like, you know what, let's just give them more resplendent sparks. I mean, at this point, like, why don't we just have a unique material? I mean, I hate to say it, exactly like Diablo 3 had a unique material, and let us gather up the unique material so we can craft specific unique items. I mean, Diablo 3 did it. Like, you basically, like, every time you destroyed a unique item at the forge, you got a I can't remember what the material was called in Diablo 3, but it was a very specific material for unique items, and you needed that material to create new ones or to do anything with
Diablo
them.
3?
Yeah, in Diablo 3, I can't remember what the material was that you got for destroying uniques. It was specific, or not. Yeah, it was uniques. It was God, what was the material?
Everything was based around really like. I'm trying to think of it. I
Unlimited
honest to God don't remember any of that.
There was materials for everything. Like, I mean, there was material. There was white materials for destroying white items. There was blue materials
Yeah.
for destroying blue items. There was yellow materials for destroying yellow items.
Are you
There was
talking about like
legendary
the
materials
recipes?
for
Are you
destroying
talking about the
legendaries, and then there was a special material that would only come from the uniques.
right? And are you talking about the items that you could like take?
You could
like
go to the
in
blacksmith and you
cube?
could craft, basically. Like, and well, you could also cube stuff too. You needed them for cubing. I mean, it's been a while. I have to look up the materials.
Yeah, it might be talking about some of the stuff that comes from like the Uber bosses, and you need 4 of them and all that other stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
I mean, there was the Hellfire amulets too. That was a whole other
Yeah,
different
yeah.
thing. That was different.
Okay.
I need more time.
I mean, it might have been Forgotten Souls. I don't know. Yeah, that's probably
Yeah,
what it was.
I think that's probably what it was. But Forgotten Souls were easy to come by in that game. They were not hard to come by.
I mean, at a certain point, yeah, you had plenty of them, but in the beginning, it was kind of difficult. But that's kind of the whole point, right? Like, I mean, if you've been playing that long and you've farmed that many bosses and you have that many uniques that you've destroyed, then you should have...
Not even death can save you from me.
You should have, like, nearly an infinite number of them at that point.
Well, that's kind of how I view rune words always. Rune words is like you collect runes and then eventually you can make an item. Like you get pieces of an item and then you can make it. Where uniques are just the item just drops as a whole item.
Grand Feast was a malignant power. I didn't know they added that one back into the game. I know they added a bunch of them, but I didn't know they added that one specifically. Like, do it? I mean, if it's in the game, I should have it, right? Like, let me stand over here and die real quick.
Moo 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 moo
Are you trying to
moo 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 moo.
No, I don't have it, so it must be new because I don't have it. I mean, it would be in my codex, but the amount of necromancers I've made, the amount of like characters I've destroyed items on, and not only that, but I went through the process of destroying all of my items from all of my old characters on the Eternal Realm every time I deleted them. So I should have it if it existed within the game before. So it didn't. So it's a new malignant aspect that's been added. Erno said that the aspect used to be a malignant power. I mean, I should have it. Shouldn't I?
I mean, there's a ton of, like, when they said over 50 new, like, unique and legendary powers combined, it is a lot. There's a lot of stuff in this PTR that is like a new power. or existing one returned or whatever.
I'm not really sure how I feel about that one. I think it's kind of terrible, but I don't want to drain my essence by 7 for having my minions active. I mean, I guess if I was doing a basic build, it would make sense. I could do like a basic build and just run that to beef up my minions. Do like a basic minion build or something.
I think they're putting a lot of that drain stuff in the game now because you can counter it with like the fury per second or essence per second, and you can basically like counter whatever it is. If it's 7, you just need like 2 items or 1 like masterwork greater affix version.
It's well, it's 1 per minion, but I think it does cap out. Yeah, I think it caps out at 7. I'm about to die because I'm an idiot. I stopped moving like a dummy to look at my inventory. Again, don't die.
So slow. So painful.
I'm not ready.
Oh god. I just like frickin' dodged through some ridiculous fire of death and damnation.
I have no potions.
Yep. And I can't take the damage in here. I don't know why. I mean, this character, I messed around with him and I changed some stuff, so I probably messed something up.
I'm out of potions.
I also don't have my, because they took away the cooldown reduction on the focus, I don't have my 7-second Bone Spirit anymore, so I'm more vulnerable than I ever was. Unfortunately. Means I can only fire my Bone Spirit like once every like 2 seconds or something. So a lot of the times I can kill a monster, but and if it's the right shot. Because I also only get my big hit once every other shot, so it's like I get 1 big hit once every other, or like 4 seconds or so.
I need more time.
God, that slow is ridiculous.
Yeah,
This
it's
guy can be so
painful.
hard.
It is a really big slow. Like, what is that, like 70%?
Yeah. Do you
I
not
can't
like
even
it?
move. I can't even move.
I have only speed on this character and I can't move.
So much damage.
I need more time.
Usually when we can do little damage to him.
This boy is tanky.
Yeah, put me in, coach. I can actually dish out damage. I can't survive, but I can put it out. I do an AoE attack that's like 100 mil. Like, just keep me alive. I'll keep firing. I'll fire my laser. Oh, you guys had him. He got super fast.
You gotta-
What the hell was up with that one?
Do they disappear when you select the next one, or
There's a timer that runs out, and then you have to usually kill. They usually kill the boss. The boss usually stays up until he's dead.
I mean, you're like the orbs that you don't pick up, or whatever they're called.
Eights or currency, they're
Yeah.
still on the ground.
even if you select the next one.
Yeah, yeah. I literally just picked one up after we were done selecting.
Okay. I didn't know if they're.
I'm not ready yet.
I just stopped to summon my army. That's all I tried to do.
Loli,
I literally just stopped to summon my army and I died.
you want to play some ogres?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry I stopped to summon my army. Dang it.
Did it catch you right away?
I tried to dodge out, too. I tried. There was just too many.
What do you guys think was a new mechanic in
The Infernal Horde.
the?
That's what we're playing. I don't know. I don't understand
like
it.
It
To
has
be
a ton
honest
of
with
potential.
you, it's
Exactly.
I think you guys have to
word
think
is-
that it's like if it's not valuable for the time that you have to put into it, that's what they're using this PTR for. Like think about
Yeah,
the
yeah.
structure and the mechanism, not necessarily the loot grind, because
Well,
it should get better.
the reward seems terrible. Like,
The
oh,
reward-
Yeah,
Wars
and I'm sure they'll
I
buff
mean, let's
that.
just say that right off the bat. The reward seems garbage. Like it's not even remotely worth. Like when you open the chest, you get one item out of the chest most of the time.
Yeah.
One.
And, you
And
spend
it's
so
one.
long doing
Yeah, you spend so long doing this run. Like I could probably do like 10 or 20 pits in the same time period, and you get like 4 or 5 items at the end of the pit. And I mean,
I
granted,
remember
you
how
could
high-
potentially get like a greater affix guaranteed item if you do like the 100 or whatever, which is probably the only thing that might be worth it. But did you see what the cost of it is?
It's 250 and it gives you 3 items.
Oh, it gives you 3 items? Okay.
Yeah, and it takes you an hour to do it, so no.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing valuable about doing this right now. The game mode itself is, I don't mind. I like Arena. I like not having to run around everywhere. Everything comes to me. Like, I don't mind this. I like this. I'm kind
The
of okay with the
rewards
game mode.
just have to be better.
Toughness is.
I
not
mean,
awful.
I feel like clear builds are gonna love this because it's basically just to kill a whole bunch of monsters really fast. But then if they lack in any kind of like boss killing potential, they're gonna hate life. Like it's not gonna be fun for them if they can't do the bosses. And then the same thing goes for the other way. If you are a highly single target damage character and you are not really all that good at large groups, you're probably gonna hate this too. Because you're gonna hate running around all over the place, like in this arena, chasing down every single monster that's here, and like one bopping every single monster because it's a lot of crap. Like the only people that are gonna do really good here are the ones that can do really good AOE and really good single target.
Yeah, the bosses get really tanky.
I mean, if I could stay alive, that would be fun.
Let's try a 5 next time. We got 88 so far. Let's see if it's because I don't think the rewards get better.
No, you get an extra wave, so you get more currency. So you can open more chests because you get an extra wave. Every tier adds a wave.
PR.
Oh, so we're finally on to the bosses.
Like it also just needs to be sped up like way more. It needs to not be timer based. It needs to be like a progress thing. The timers have to be much shorter. You have to destroy the ones you have,
Right.
And,
and
you
then
get
you
a
get
scroll.
the scrolls, and you upgrade them with the scrolls.
You wanna do some Ubers?
I'm not ready.
Oh my gosh, blind. Blind.
No, Tormented.
No, I mean like.
Yeah. Season. Yeah. I know Devron has mats too.
Yeah, I would also say if we started these a little earlier, but I've been I want to go to bed early
Oh,
tonight.
dead.
I'm freaking really worn down.
That fire just owned.
1 or 2 runs, that's it, not much.
Oh my god, I gotta get you guys up. Oh my god, that fire's really.
There's a Hydra on top of me. You might want to get Leon. first.
Everybody wants to go to bed at 10 or 10:15 maximum. so.
Oh God, why is there so
One
much
run
fire?
or
Why
two
is there
runs
so much
would
fire?
be
Yeah, if we get that, like I do that as long as I'm off in the next 30 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, join on me.
Okay, I got
Knight,
Leon.
Or just let me know when you're ready to go,
Oh,
because I'm
okay.
in HellTide right now.
But I got Leona. So
Knight, Knight, you ready?
I'm loving it.
Alright, join on me.
Are we waiting for your brother, or
He's here. He's on me already.
just kill the maiden real quickly?
Oh. Those random environmental fire things, I can't survive. One spawned right
I
under me
hate
as soon as I came
Yo,
up.
Andaria Luli?
Yeah, I'm running there.
Alright.
I hate how weak you are. Like in
This was 103.
yeah, like when you first res. You got no buffs running. I hate.
Oh my
I hate
God,
how
I got-
weak you are.
I got a sword.
You got a sword? Nice. Well, you can make one of the basic builds, even though that's a bad roll. That range is way too
I
high.
got gloves.
Oh yeah, roll's terrible.
What did I get? Hopefully one of the new gloves. I got the the one that keeps you alive.
Okay.
Oh,
That's kind of funny, actually.
Hey, I'll keep myself from getting one shot.
Oh, man.
I'll put it on.
we'll see
Come
how
on.
it goes.
I give you +3 core skills. 41
Oh.
all stats ain't bad either. Hey,
Leon, can you use the sword that I got?
I mean, I could make a basic build with that, but I feel like with that roll, I'd be doing no damage. I don't think that's enough damage.
Which boss are we doing?
We're gonna be doing
A
Andaria.
160 multiplier. Added in with all the other multipliers. That should be insane.
So Loli is on his way there. So
I'm already there.
yeah, I teleported anyway. I went to the pit.
All right, so we're gonna let's try a 5 this time.
Hey, I got the new gloves. Let's go.
Well, have you seen this one, Ginger, where your overpowers make earthquakes, but it's killing, so it's kind of stupid?
Didn't they killed the earthquake scaling though, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's also pointless. I agree.
I mean, I guess technically you could use that along with the I don't know.
Yeah, you can only stack like 3 earthquakes now, so it's like you're not good luck getting any damage out of that.
No, I just meant you could still get the damage reduction from it
Hey,
and stuff
Devran
like
is in
that.
the
But
back.
I'm coming.
Yeah, he's in the dungeon. I'm
I'm
gonna
killing an
go-
enemy with an overpower lead, well, that's kind of terrible.
Yeah, you know what? It doesn't work against bosses.
I mean, Con, if you're not going to make a build around it, I'll make builds around it. It's up to you.
You know, no, I'll drop it for you.
Yeah, because I mean that enables any basic skill now.
Yeah.
Basically, any basic build.
Are
can
we
be
in
set.
already?
Is that
I didn't
another?
have-
Is this another one? This is another one, isn't it? Like, hold on, I'm just linking it in clan chat. Isn't that another one of the ones from Malignant? That's a Malignant power, right?
Stay away from her.
Really,
Stay away from her.
50%.
I think so. It's another like I don't want to get one shot. There's like 3 of them now. I linked them in the kinship earlier. They're that with the uniques and like the other one. I don't think you'd ever be one shot again.
Here. Oh, does it drop?
I don't see it if you did drop it.
I just dropped
Ah,
it.
yep, I got it.
Okay.
I'm gonna favorite that. Yeah, because now I can make a bunch of basic builds on every class, except Druid, I guess.
Here. Got a.
I make Druid. If Druid can't real stare, then didn't make it happen.
Well, I can definitely tell when the dot hits.
So much faster. It's like
I'm not ready yet.
exponentially.
Yeah, but you still gotta wait the whole minute 20.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we clear more events, though, do we get
You get
more?
resurrected?
No.
I think it's proportional to the waves, really.
I'll go do top and.
I mean, at least we got 2 uniques. Like, that was nice. So we just gotta
Yeah.
keep doing those.
Who wants to try out
I
the
guess
bugged
it's
helmet? What?
And none of them is.
Well, bugged helmet. Any build you want, you'll delete the whole game right now. You can put it on the chain lightning sword right now and delete the game. Enjoy.
I think I'd rather do charge bolt, to be perfectly honest.
Reset the thing.
I will.
But does charge bolt work in this game like it did in D2, where the bigger mobs it hits like a shotguns?
Oh yeah, and not only that, but there's an aspect that lets you, like straight up have it seek targets. So it will literally seek the target. And if they're doing what they're saying they're going to do, which is they're going to put like the double cast on the staff of Lama Sem because it's a two-handed weapon, they basically said they were going to try and put the
Yes.
like the actual like weapon aspect that you would want or affix on the unique
On the
items
uniques,
if
yeah.
it's going to take up both slots. So that was what they said. So if it is two-handed and it takes up both of your weapon slots, they're going to give that to you like, for free 99. So if you double cast Charge Bolt, the Staff of Lama Sem now becomes amazing, and I might actually do a Charge Bolt build this season. Screw Chain Lightning. Maybe I'll just try Charge Bolt.
Yeah, I just never tested it in this game, so I don't know if it's as good as D2. Because you know, like even with the Amazon in D2, you can make like every single charge bolt hit, and that's why you do so much damage.
So
do like 11 charge bolts.
So basically, what you do with Charge Bolt is you use the enchantment, which makes it so that you emit a free Charge Bolt every time you stun a monster or whatever. And so what you do is then you throw on the unique item so you can teleport and stun at the same time. And so when you teleport into a pack of monsters, you pull them all in, you stun them, which emits a huge number of charge bolts, and you get a massive amount of spike of damage, like just like that. Of course, you can self-cast it as well, which is definitely useful. But like, the damage output that you get from it is pretty amazing. And then there's other ways that you can, of course, cast your charge bolts and stuff, but I mean, it might be kind of interesting to do a build with like, I don't know, like maybe like try and get both or something. Like maybe try to do like a ball lightning / charge bolt build or something, or like a chain lightning / charge bolt build. I think you might get more out of it that way.
Well, the thing about the ultimate unstable currents or whatever, it casts
All
like
of them.
multiple. It casts all.
But you won't get as many as when you are using the enchantment. The enchantment is insane. Basically, what happens is you teleport in, you pull everything into you, you stun everything instantaneously. So let's say there's like 30 monsters on the field. With the enchantment up, you've now stunned the entire field, and you've emitted a free charge bolt for basically every single monster. And then you're casting the charge bolts too, and then you can also do unstable currents as well, and it just like you just rip entire rooms to shreds. Now the damage output of like on bosses is different, so it does get a lot different on the bosses. But I mean, I'm not entirely sure how you would set it up for boss killing. I mean, Staff of Lama Sem would be like a mandatory. Because it makes them last longer, and it causes them to seek out targets, which is the most important thing. So that way, when you cast like 30 freaking charged bolts, they don't just go flying off into nowhere. Instead, they actually focus on the target. So that way, you can focus your damage output. The other one, I don't know if the other one is necessarily worth it. There's two of them. The one that was actually the best was actually an aspect for a long time. And they didn't like the fact that like the good charge bolt like aspect wasn't on the unique item, so they moved it to the unique item now. And then the subpar one is now on an aspect slot.
We're doing one each. Is that what we're doing?
You want to go quickly?
For what?
We're doing Uber bosses right now. I'll go next. We all good?
Yep.
3.
I can see myself sitting in this game mode when I'm like in a lazy mood. Cause you just come here and then just like, that's it. Everything comes to you. I don't feel like running anywhere. I don't feel like going to dungeons. Just come here. Everything comes to me. Lazy man.
I mean, if you think about like Diablo 2, Diablo 2 had areas where there were bosses, There were areas that were, specifically for that. And then there was like, areas like the Cal level where it was about mindlessly going in and killing as many monsters as you possibly could. And there's like barely any monsters in there that are, like even remote challenge. I mean, would it really be that big of a deal? And I know their whole motif is that Travancore Council is returning. But like, would it really be a big deal if this was just a like a cow level sort of a situation where you just come in here and mindlessly slaughter like, you know, weak or like somewhat elite monsters, but not really any bosses? Like, I think I'd be fine without the bosses, perfectly
That's what the
honest.
vault was, kind of, right, with no bosses.
I mean, I think the vault needs to return. I like the vaults.
Yeah, I like the vault too. I like it.
I think the vaults should have just been a permanent affix within the game, you know, like thing in the game at that point, because
Vaults were awesome.
I think the vaults really fit a lot of the AoE builds, the clear builds, and the single target builds still had nightmare dungeons if that's what they wanted to do. But like,
And there's
Let me just
all
step
kinda
away
ultimate
for a
boss
minute,
too.
guys.
Like the vault had the boss. Like he was cool.
I mean, and there was a boss in the vaults. I mean, you had the stupid, what was his name?
Forgot his name now.
Can't even remember his name. It's terrible.
Son of something.
Yeah, son of
Malthus.
Malthus. Yeah, son of Malthus. Yeah. Boy, that boy was tanky. I tell you what,
Wait till you fight
he was
the
way
Uber Butcher, yeah.
tankier than the butcher.
You have an Uber Butcher?
There's an Uber Butcher in this new game mode. It's insane. He owned me earlier. Completely deleted me.
Uh-huh.
He got his revenge. Let's just say that. Fresh and
He
meats.
powered up, huh?
Oh yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
I hate to bring this up again because I know I already said it, but I really dislike the changes they made to the council members' names. The council members' names were way cooler before they changed them to the stupid things they changed them to. I mean, Mayfer Dragonhand, freaking like Brem Sparkfist, like, and what did they change them to? Just like really stupid stuff, like instead of Mayfer or like Brem Sparkfist, it's like Brem the Spark or something. Like it's like really dumb by comparison. One of them is really stupid. I remember first time I read it, I'm like, is that even English?
I'm not ready.
Sure, why not?
Oh,
Hey,
there he is.
there's the butcher.
Oh man, he hits hard. This one's getting melted though. Oh, he's dead.
He hit me like really hard, and I'm pretty sure
Yes.
he one-shot me several times.
Yep.
But with the new gauntlets on, it went to bleed damage, and my HP was just melting away from the bleed damage, but I was able to pot it.
That's nice. Because that was the thing. When I encountered him earlier, I didn't have any of my cooldowns up. He just killed me so fast. I had nothing to do. I couldn't do anything.
I mean, these gloves are nice, but I'd still think that they should be something that's accessible to all characters. Like, I don't know, something that doesn't
it is.
require. I mean, it's not though. So it's gonna be like if you want to be a Flame Reaver sorceress, it's not accessible to you because you need to use Flame Reaver gloves to do your build.
Maybe put it as feedback.
I mean, it's nice, but certain classes are definitely gonna get dicked out of it, basically. I mean, just like that helmet. Like, that helmet, the Lucian helmet or whatever, like, it's amazing, right? Let's just pretend they don't nerf it, okay? Guess who loses out on that? Any character that needs the helmet slot for their build. So, like, if you're doing, like, the Starfall Coronet Meteor Sorceress, if you're doing the, like, Tempest Roar Druid, if you're doing the Vasily's Prayer Druid, whatever it is that you're doing, if it requires a helmet slot, you can't use the Lucians, well, then you're just SOL.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, and I get it. They can't like please everybody, but if you're gonna add an item like that that's that powerful that everybody's gonna want to put on their character, maybe do a little bit of math and like figure out what slot is the least used on all the characters or something. I don't think gloves is it. I mean, it's just like if I had to like think of which one is the least used slot right now, gloves would definitely not be it. There's Flame Weaver sorceresses. There's the what is that? The Lightning Storm Druid gloves. There's the whirlwind gloves. There's which I don't even know if the whirlwind gloves are any good anymore, but they did beef them up again. You know, there's a bunch of different like unique gloves that almost like make builds.
Rings are nice because there's 2 of them, but they're also starting to become oversaturated.
They need to make them into like some kind of ruin. You can put it, build it into
Like a
some
gem
item.
or a gem or something like that, or a rune. Yeah, a rune would be nice. Like that would. That's something that would definitely be good in a rune slot. Yeah. Like make it into a rune, make it the first rune or something. I don't know, but make it the burr rune, because the burr rune it does have damage reduction on it, so that would be an interesting way for you to add damage reduction into the game.
I got 108 so far.
Yeah, so we're basically pretty similar.
110.
Last wave.
Yeah, so this was easier. When I don't know if it goes faster, but it was easier for sure.
It definitely went faster because there's one less wave.
It definitely went faster because I didn't die all the time.
Yeah.
That's also.
I mean,
This is also true.
I think this is the right way to
Yeah,
do it.
Mayfer the Cruel. Like, what is that? That's bullcrap. That's a stupid name. Ishmael the Cursed. Like, they don't know why it's just arbitrary changes for no reason. Just leave them as they were. Ain't no reason to change their names. Their names were cool. Like, your new names are not cool.
Why change it if it's part of the lore? I don't get it.
I don't know.
Did they not drop anything? They didn't drop any.
No, you have to select one of the ones, like one of the gains.
Oh, I see.
So
Yeah,
if
they
I
don't drop
don't if I
any.
don't spend these last ones, do they just get wasted, or do they move on
Yeah.
to the next one?
No, they get wasted. You can never open that big chest unless you do the highest tier. And then it drops 3 items, and you spend 1 hour for 3 items. That's how it's currently set up. I don't know who tested this. I don't think they did test it, because we're the ones testing it. Because it makes no sense the way it is now. Like, you have to be, like, out of your mind if you thought this was worth doing.
Yeah.
All right.
This is
So-
still not working.
So let me read you the names of the actual council members so you guys can see how stupid they are, okay? Ishmael Vilehand. That's a freaking cool last name, okay? Galeb Flamefinger. Torque Icefist. Wyand Voidbringer. Mayfer Dragonhand. Brem Sparkfist. Bartuk the Bloody. Like, what is the new names? Like, the new names are stupid. Why even change them? They're so good. Why even bother changing them to something stupid? You kept the first part of their name, but couldn't keep the ridiculously cool second part of their name? That's not even all of them, by the way. There's more council members than that.
Do you guys want to keep doing 5s, or do you want to bump it back to 6?
I mean, let's try 6s. Maybe I won't die so much with these new gloves on.
Yeah, he wants to test his gloves.
Yeah, and if I die all the time, well then I guess I'm just gonna die.
How many of these keys do you have, dude?
Few.
You've been playing all day?
No. I mean, it's you just open the cheapest HellTide chest.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 HellTide, we can get so many.
So this is the main one if you're gonna do charge bolts. It's the charge bolts have 60% chance to be attracted to enemies and last 300% longer. The 300% longer is the main thing there because the charge bolts really don't last very long. Like the duration of them is tiny, and the 300% increased duration is massive. And then I don't know if they add on a double attack on there, which what they said they were going to do. So if it has like a 50% chance to double cast charge bolts, I mean, you're in the money there. That might be my Sork build for season 5. Maybe I'll do a charge bolt build. I'll figure it out one way or another.
Sorry, guys. Dog
That's
had an
okay.
accident in the house and then stepped in it, and I had to clean that up. So
If it makes you
Really?
feel any better, one time my dog had an accident in the house, and the Roomba ran over the poop and spread it all over the house like peanut butter over so much bread. And when I came home later, it had dried and this was awful. It was very awful. I still have the Roomba. I mean, I cleaned it.
well, this is after he earlier today, he was in his crate when we went to work today, and came home and he had pooped in his crate, and then obviously he's in his crate. So he needed a bath, and he's gotten 2 baths today at this point. So
I mean, you need it.
I mean, is it normal? Is it normal, or did he like?
it's a 17-year-old dog. So
Oh wow.
So it's not normal.
it's well, it's become more normal.
Well, I mean, like, is it diarrhea, basically? Is what I'm saying.
Oh no, it's solid.
Oh, okay. Because I was saying you can give them like pumpkin. Apparently, they like
Banana too. Banana too.
pumpkin like pie filling. Basically, you get them
Yeah.
like pumpkin pie filling, and it'll help solidify it.
Oh, over here.
I mean, there's nothing you can do when they get too old. They know they're doing the wrong thing, but they can't help it. And there's really nothing you can do about it.
Really?
It's sad to see them because they're upset about it too. You can tell they're upset about it.
Yeah, and, well, sometimes it's an accident, and sometimes, like, I think the one that just happened right now is he got moody that he didn't have water in his water bowl, and then, well, you know, he did it. So, you know,
It's like, well, you know, you didn't.
I didn't give him water, I guess. So
You
you know,
turd. You're a turd.
you're an asshole.
By foes, pull foes.
You could always put a diaper on them when you're gone.
Yeah.
I mean, my cousin, or not my cousin, my aunt, she had 2 dogs, and she had to leave them in the crate when she was at school. She's a teacher, and she put a diaper on them. And I saw the most futile thing when I was at her house. The futility of it was just amazing. She literally, we were doing work over there, and the dogs. She had just come home from work, and she lets the dogs out, and the dog runs outside and pops a squat in the yard immediately because of course she's really got to go, and he goes right in the diaper, and I'm like the futility of it, that he literally he held it the entire day,
Yeah.
only for her to come home, her to open the door, and then he runs outside and poops in the diaper anyway in the yard,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just laughing.
What's etheric mass? What does that mean?
The big
Those
poopy
big
things.
masses,
I'm sorry, say it again.
big cancer-looking masses. That's fun.
Oh,
Yeah. Don't they always have like something in it? Like they might have the little Soul Spire event, or
Yeah, they're basically
this. I think the Soul Spire events are worth doing, right?
yeah, they're basically an event kind of thing. And then you can select the one where they always spawn a boss, if you choose to. That's actually not forced on you.
Someone at Zir yet, or no?
I believe they already almost there. Just need to get some blood.
I will say that the ability to resummon the bosses without having to leave the arena is amazing.
Yeah, this is gonna be great.
Although I think we might be breaking the server with all the items that are going to be sitting on the ground.
Yes, it's bad.
There's a couple pictures of like, thanks for letting us summon the bosses in the same arena. And they got like a screenshot, and it's just like a sea of like legendary items on the ground.
Well, but that's essentially what Maiden has turned into, right? Like, I don't pick up everything. I just pick up GA items.
Oh,
and
I always need
that's-
gold, so I usually pick up everything. but-
Yeah, but I don't feel like going back to town every, like, Maiden pull. Like, ugh.
Oh yeah, I mean you can leave the yellows on the ground till later, and then you can pick them up to sell or whatever when you're finished. But I mean, honestly, with the nerf to the baneful hearts, we might not be farming the maiden as often.
Yeah.
People are going to be a little bit more stingy with them. They're only going to put in 1.
What you should be doing anyways, right?
Yeah.
I hate the people that just sit there not putting anything in, and I'm like, well, I want to keep farming reps, so I guess I'm dropping 3 now. Like,
You have both ends of the spectrum. You have someone that just
Are you going first?
Yeah, you
He
have the
zooms
stupid
and
people
puts
who
all-
are putting 3 in,
Yeah, I
and then you
know.
have the poor people that don't put any in.
I think I went first, Wooly, sorry.
there was a guy, dude. I
Don't think
swear.
I can hear you.
You would love a
Maiden's-
cow level situation with cows. I would too. I mean, even just a really nice area for farming purposes. Like, I don't think they understand, and somebody needs to tell you guys this. Like, developers, if you're listening, please listen to this. Not every zone, not everything that you do needs a boss at the end. They do not all need a boss at the end. Bosses are not mandatory in every single zone and in every single place that you go. Okay? In Diablo 2, the majority of the areas in the game did not have boss encounters. You had Andariel, which was 1 in Act 1. You had Duriel, which was 1 in Act 2. You had Mephisto, which was 1 in Act 3. And you had Diablo, which was 1 in Act 4. And Baal, which was 1 in Act 5. And if you really wanted to get, like, nitty-gritty and say that the Council counts as 1, I would take that. So let's say there's 2 in Act 3 with the Council. So there's, like, 6 bosses in the entire area. And yes, like you could also even throw in, say, you know, like the Uber bosses, and even then, still the majority of the bosses are the areas in the game and do not have bosses in them. Like, not every area needs to have a boss, nor should every area have a boss. Like, you need to think about this really, really hard, because you're isolating large portions of your player base who don't want to play boss killers. Like, not every class needs to be a boss killer, and I think that's one of the biggest issues, is a lot of people are approaching this from the idea of, well, if I can't kill a boss, then my build is garbage, because if I can't kill a boss, then I can't do the pit. And if I can't do the pit, then I can't clear and I can't get the materials that I need because my character's garbage because I can't do the pit. And Johnny over here with his Flay Barbarian can do pit 150s, and I can't even clear, like, pit 20s, right? And so they're judging themselves based on their ability to kill the boss, which is stupid. Because there's plenty of classes in Diablo 2 that were perfectly capable of doing high clear content, but were trash at killing bosses. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, when you go to build a clear kill speed, a clear build, I can't even a tongue twister here, but when you're specifically trying to build a character designed around clear speed, boss killing is not always your best, suit, and that's fine. Like, maybe your character is specifically just designed to do the cow level, like, over and over and over again. But if the cow level has a boss at the end, which has to be fought, and if you don't kill the boss, you don't get any loot, then you're tying the hands of every single person that's with a clear kill speed build. Like, anybody that's running clear kill speed build is going to have an issue with that. Now, granted, some of the clear kill speed builds in Diablo 2 were also exceedingly good at killing bosses, like the Javazon with her stupid Charge Strike. But it wasn't really the same ability. It was Charge Strike and Lightning Fury. Lightning Fury was the one that was good at clear speed and sucked at boss killing, and Charge Strike was the one that was good at boss killing but sucked at clear speed. And so, like, she didn't necessarily have both. She just had two abilities. One worked for one and one worked for the other. Which, of course, if you wanted to, like, isolate them out, and if they had, they definitely would have still been a clear speed build and a boss killing build separate from each other. I mean, a really easy example is the Corpse Explosion Necromancer. CE is amazing at clearing groups, but it sucks at bosses. Corpse Explosion is terrible at bosses. The Necromancers have to fall back on other means to be able to kill the bosses, which is fine. I mean, and that's also another idea entirely, is that if you want a skill to be a clear speed skill, right? So if you want it to be a clear speed skill, then just make it a clear speed skill, and don't try to make it a boss killer skill. And allow them to build other skills. I mean, dual core skill is something that's not really been possible, like, ever for the most part, and could definitely be a thing, like, if you just lightened up the reins a little bit on the core skills.
Has anyone got an Uber except me? I got one.
I get a Doombringer.
Nice.
Nice.
Alright, so we've gotten 3 off of 6 kills. It's not bad. That's really good.
Oh, hello, Butcher. Well, he literally charged me, and that jank, I'm sure, one-shot me because my whole bar turned green, and then I started melting.
You didn't do my run yet, right?
We still have two more runs to do. I don't know who owes them, but... Okay, so 2 runs.
I'm lucky I have my cooldowns because he was leading me.
Yeah, that was
Okay, but-
rough.
I'm not ready yet.
Did we get something? You just got it last run, right?
Yeah, I got mine from my summon on Zir. So yes, I got mine from Zir.
I need more time.
No, what I mean is that we get it this run.
Yes.
Now you get the first run. You mean?
Yes. I didn't get anything off of Andy.
I need more time.
I already have Indarios, but I guess this is a shard. It's cool. I'll take the shard.
Right, guys.
I'm not ready yet.
There's too many environmental effects in here too. I don't like it. There's so many fire effects and like little things on the ground all over the place.
Yeah, their favorite thing is to make every color in this game look the same.
And when are they gonna do something about the bleed on the bar actually showing what it actually is instead of just all being green? Like, why is bleed green,
Resource.
poison green, shadow
Yeah.
damage over time is green? Like, friggin', why is it all green?
Well, you've seen they have the best UI team ever to make a game, so
I mean, the UI sucks. The UI still sucks. I got nothing but hate for the UI. Like, I don't know what the hell they're thinking. I don't know what they're doing. I really don't.
you remember the awful text we had at the start too?
Dude, the thing that pisses me off the most is they made all this art and then they're just like, let's make the icons so small that nobody can see any of it.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point in... the people who made the artwork for this game, like for the items, have got to be so disappointed in life right now that literally all of the artwork that they did is completely tiny to the point where nobody can see it, and then also covered up to the point where even if you do try to look at it, there's like sockets over top of it, there's icons over top of it, like everything has something over top of it at some point. You've got the greater affix little icons over top of it. Like, there's tons of things like obfuscating the artwork that they created, and the artwork is so small already that even if you tried to see it, it's like next to impossible. Like, as somebody who worked on the artwork for the game, they've got to be really sad that the artwork that they worked on is basically just hidden. And then on top of that, like, even going even further into that like realm, like what are they even thinking, like paying that much money for a team to design the stuff? I mean, can you imagine spending hundreds of millions of dollars on an art team to design art for you, and then you're just like, okay, we're going to make it really small so no one can seize it. We're going to cover it up with a bunch of crap.
I'm not ready yet.
That was the best $100 million we ever spent. I mean, at that point, they might as well just have generic, like, generico de facto icons that you don't even care about.
I need more time.
There's so many fire effects on the ground. Half the time I can't even see them, and they overlap each other a lot. I'm trying my best just to keep moving so that I don't die like an idiot. And now I'm getting slowed, so good luck with that.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
God.
was unlimited resource, but we get slowed.
I mean, it'd be nice for me if I still had my my 7-second bone spirit, because I could just hold down the button and do like full powered bone spirits over and over again, but I can't do my 7-second bone spirit anymore. It doesn't work. They took away too much of my cooldown reduction. I'm gonna have to figure out another way. They did,
That was the last
however,
run, right, guys?
they did, however, make rapid ossification work with Bone Spirit. Remember when I originally tried the Bone Spirit build and rapid ossification was a way that I was gonna like try and make it work, but it wouldn't work because it didn't work with Bone Spirit for some reason. Well, now it works. So I guess maybe I can go back to the drawing board on the rapid ossification like attempt.
So I guess that wasn't bad. We got what, 3 out of 8 runs?
It's really good.
That's pretty good.
What's up, Edward?
I don't know if really get something.
Right. I think
Is
it.
this
I don't.
content going to be viable for higher hardcore? I don't think so. Not with
You
that
can
Uber.
choose your
Not with that
level.
Uber butcher in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can choose your level.
I'm out for the night, guys. Catch you tomorrow.
You
Alright,
could
see
be like
ya.
every other hardcore player and like stick to pit 20. Basically that's what you're doing. You're just choosing your difficulty. Look at me. I have a level 100 hardcore character, but I've never done anything hard in the game.
Oh, you got them on Andy.
Poor guy. I was looking on some Reddit and stuff a lot when I was, in otherwise occupied, and man, friggin'. There was one guy on there. He was like, "What do I do now?" And he's got like an offline account, and he's got like 8 characters, and 3 of them are mules, and all of them are dead. All of them are dead except for the mules, and I'm like, holy Jesus! And they're all hardcore characters. I'm like, guess you start again, buddy. Yes, you start again. Honestly, I don't even know why people rush to like hell difficulty in hardcore, because in hardcore and Diablo 2, like most of the best items actually come from Nightmare.
Yeah.
Like Skin of the Viper Magi, like Guardian Angel
right.
Templar coat, Haas. Like a lot of them can drop in Nightmare difficulty. They're Nightmare items.
They're exceptional.
Shaft
They're not
Stop. Yeah, they're exceptional items. They're Nightmare items, whichever way you want to say it. But they're basically they're really easy to get in Nightmare difficulty, which is not a hard difficulty. I mean, yeah, it can be somewhat difficult sometimes, but if you're dying in Nightmare difficulty, I don't know what to tell you. Like you can get you can get a character set up pretty tanky to the point where pretty much nothing in Nightmare should be giving you much trouble.
At 137, and I'm gonna get no uniques again. Like, how am I supposed to get these uniques, Blizzard? How?
I got no uniques this time.
I got no unique.
Help me! Help me!
Help me, help you. They're making us test out the. Honestly, that's their goals are kind of sneaky, and they're kind of stupid in the same right. They're like we want to make sure that they test out the new area, so we're gonna not give them the uniques that come from the new area. So they have to go test out the new area, and then we end up testing out the new area, and we find out that the new area gives us like none of the new uniques. Like, so we ran the Infernal Pits about 7,562 times. Out of those 7,562 times, we got like 2 uniques. I think there's something broken.
Go to the bathroom.
Possibly.
Oh.
It's okay.
Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's fine.
What will it be?
No seconds. What seconds? Where's the seconds at? My old elixirs are just dead. It's hilarious. It said this elixir has no power left. Using it will grant you a crafting materials to craft new elixirs. Okay.
What the heck?
They took away our double potions. That's so rude.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed that.
I liked it too.
The health was nice, like, it's just we need that health. Like, everybody needs more health.
Yeah.
Perfect balance.
People are asking in like trade, anyone have a spare Crown of Lucy? I don't even have one.
Yeah, I know.
What? You don't have a spare crown of Lucian? What? You slacker.
I just want
got-
the new barbs.
I got 6 in my stash.
The funny thing is, people said to like where they got them. It's like, oh, I got mine from like a Tree of Whispers helm turn-in. They didn't even get them from this place. They just got lucky.
I threw up some incenses.
Nice. I feel my power increasing.
From what? What'd you do?
He's thumping and bumping and tuning in time. He's shouting and routing the demons in time. He's making and baking a beautiful pie.
Con, I don't know if you've tried like for fun on one of your many barbs to stack attack speed with Whirlwind, but it's really good. It's like it feels so good. It
Oh, so
feels
they
really
finally fixed it, huh?
good. Yeah. Finally can use it.
Does that mean all channeling skills or just whirlwind?
I don't know if all of them do it. I have to go back and read the patch note on it. I don't remember what it said, if it was just Whirlwind or all. But you can definitely feel the difference. It's insane.
Yeah, maybe they put the attack speed back on Goer's devastating grips.
I tried to make a build earlier today with like Gores and Azure Raft, right? And it just was doing no damage. Like Whirlwind is such a pathetic skill on its own. Like you need the bleed scaling or you need the dust devil scaling. You need something to help it. Like Whirlwind by itself does nothing. Like 0 damage.
I mean, it seems to be the moral of the story, right? Puncture's not good by itself, but it has poison imbuement. Alright, so like, that's just one. Like, Wind Shear was no good by itself, really, but, you know, like, they added the poison damage on that aspect, and then people were using Wind Shear for that poison damage, and like, I mean, Flay might actually be the only ability that actually does what it's supposed to do, and scales accordingly on the damage that it outputs, which is silly. Like, I don't even think, like, I think Claw sucks. Shred, honestly, I think Shred always sucked. It just had, like, some interesting scaling through poison and, like, toxic claws and stuff. I can't think of an ability that actually does, like, really good damage by itself without any kind of scaling from some other third-party, like, damage source. Rogue is, like, filled with it. Like, most of her skills just are garbage. They're like dog water garbage. And then you throw on the imbuement and all of a sudden they're like amazing.
Yeah, I that's the one thing like I wish they would redo. Like, if they do a balancing suite for the expansion, I hope they go through every single skill in the game and just beef them all up to actually be viable by themselves and get rid of all this like crazy damage scaling on items.
Well, again, using Diablo 2 as an example. So let's say, you know, you're playing I don't know, a paladin, right? You put 20 points into Zeal, right? So Zeal should be worth something, right? You put 20 points into Ice Blast. Ice Blast should be worth something, right? If you invest into an ability, it should be good because you invested into it. Like, but sometimes it seems like putting points into the skills is meaningless as well. Like, I'm not entirely sure, and I'm not entirely convinced that a lot of the times adding points to the skills even does anything. Like
No, for some skills it doesn't, because it's such a little minute increase. The percentage is not worth it because the base is so low. And funny enough, I don't know if you know much about the Whirlwind Bleed version for the Dust Devils. They actually put 1 point into Whirlwind. They don't put 5 points into it. They don't care if Whirlwind... 1 point is all you need, because it's just like a catalyst. It's just something.
It's a delivery. It's a delivery
Yeah.
method, basically.
Yes.
It's a
Exactly.
way of delivering the damage. It's not actually how the damage is. And
Exactly.
there are some abilities like that in Diablo too. Like Holy Fire and Holy Shock and Holy Freeze would be considered like, in that category. Where Zeal is just the delivery method. It does no actual real damage. It's just delivering the lightning damage to the target. But I mean,
It's like
there's
every skill in this game. Though.
it's like every skill in this game is basically like a delivery
Worthless.
method to get the skill. In which case, you might as well just go with the best delivery method. Like if that's the case, then the best delivery method is going to be the best one. And that's why Whirlwind works, because Whirlwind is an AoE moving delivery method, and so it just happens to be one of the best delivery methods that you can use. Not necessarily a good skill. It doesn't necessarily do good damage, but at least it hits lots of targets. And you can move while you're using.
And that's the thing, is like, even though they buffed the gloves to do 50% of the base damage of Whirlwind, but guess what? 50% of the base damage of Whirlwind is no damage.
No.
It's nothing.
Well, that's why when I was kind of excited, because they had that aspect for Bone Prison that explodes when you when you deactivate it, or when it gets destroyed, it explodes and it does lots of damage. It actually does a lot. It does a lot more than I thought. And the reason I don't like it with this build is because, well, the whole point of this like new aspect is that when Bone Prison is active, like the bone spirit does like more damage to the monsters that are inside of it. And so like if I'm constantly destroying it to get the damage output, they're kind of like at odds with each other, because every single time that you destroy the Bone Prison, you get the damage. So you're incentivized to destroy the Bone Prison as quickly as possible, and you can do that just simply by pressing the Bone Prison button again, which will immediately destroy it, and it explodes, and then it does lots of damage to everything around you. But then you're not getting the bonus damage for the Bone Spirit, so they work against each other.
Oh man, a lot of dead people.
Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. Talking too much.
I got caught with my pants down. I had no like unstoppable break. I just got CC'd to death.
Lots of explodey boys. You're on the fallen wave, so. Pop might cool down soon as the spawn now. Pop might cool down. Try to stay alive now. There's too many environmental effects in here. I don't like it. I spend most of my time just running away from environmental effects.
Yeah, the HellTide Hellfire is insane in here.
Dude, the HellTide Hellfire is like the entire map half the time.
Then there's the overlapping ones from like the masses.
I mean, you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
Hellborn spawn.
Like this thing just shoots out like these giant fan. It looks like a giant fan of damage.
Oh yeah, and the size of that fan is like horribly misstated, by the way. Don't trust the frickin' thing that puts on the ground, because it's super duper wrong. But not that one, the one that's like the straight circle, but the one that has like the fan effect, where it's like fan blades. It's way longer. It's way longer than what the graphic indicates.
Yeah, that's a lot of graphics in this game.
Yeah, but normally it's only like 10%. Like that one goes past the edge of the graphic. I don't know, like 20-30%. I was so far away from it one time and it exploded and I was like, okay, I'm perfectly safe. I'm way outside. Still hit me anyway, killed me.
It's like they have two different people doing, like, one guy does the graphic, the other guy does the hitbox or the hurtbox. and then they don't line them up and they're just like, oh, it looks good enough to me. You know?
I totally imagine that picture of the guy with like the really thick bottle coat glasses and like the tape on one side, and he's like, you're looking through the glasses and all you see is like he's like cross-eyed, and he's like, look good to me, and he's got like his thumb up. There's totally a meme of that guy. Like, theme's great. Yep, that theme's good. I like it. Yeah, this one right here. This is the one that doesn't match up to its thing.
Yeah.
The Aether Mass. Hello, buddy. You stay in your lane, little turd.
Butcher.
Oh
He's
man.
gonna hit
Butcher
hard.
again. Oh god.
Oh, he got me.
Yeah, he hits so hard.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Stop being mean to me, Butcher. Why are you so mean? How am I still alive?
No, he killed us.
He got all of us. Wow.
Yeah.
Does that
One
mean
of us res?
No, we keep going. I'm pretty sure.
we only have
You
2
only
reses,
have-
so only one person can res, or 2 people
Yeah,
can
yeah.
res.
Remember, there's 2 more tiers of this too. He gets harder. It's crazy.
Kill him. He doesn't drop anything.
Probably just gives currency. I don't recall.
I don't like currency. Oh god, I got no potions.
Yeah, when you're out of potions too. Over here.
Dude, they hit me with something. I don't know what the hell it was, and I just started bleeding away. These gloves are like a curse. They'll save your life, but then you're just bleeding to death.
Definitely need some like massive healing. Something better than a potion.
Does something take off the bleed, like a bone shield?
Oh, he could try the infinite mist thing, the blood mist. I don't know if that would work. That'd be interesting. You could blood mist your way off the bleed because you're immortal during that.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't think that clears the bleed.
Just flow.
I think
Yeah,
it
but
just,
if it's like that duration, like 3 seconds, then you, like while you're in there, the 3 seconds gets up and then it's done. You're basically canceling the duration because you're like, well, yeah, you can tick, but I can't take damage during these 3 seconds anyway.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
oh my god, let me out.
Time to do that.
I'm just trying to avoid the fire things that are constantly up my butthole. Always up my butt. Stuck in a freaking rut. Squirrel climbed up my pants and you don't wanna know where he go. I don't wanna know. I'm pretty sure it's not anywhere nice. He's after my nuts, guys.
I need more time.
Oh, this guy's tanky.
That's a boss.
Trying to stay alive. Oh god, so much fire.
So much.
I literally, there was so much fire, there was no way to dodge it. Like, I was literally just bouncing back and forth between safe places, and then there were no safe places, and so I died.
There is no safe place.
Yeah.
I can't. This is insanity. Trying to res him, and it's just like, no, it's,
I'll try to get him. Oh, you got him?
I got him.
I need more time. I'm not ready.
Oh, this guy's tough, this boss here.
We'll call the ancients on him. Get him. Defend the mountain. You failed in Diablo 2. Do not fail me.
I mean, they didn't technically fail. They just weren't given a chance to succeed. Which is upsetting. I'm sure it was very upsetting for them that the frickin' Bale had the frickin' totem. And they're like, oh, we can't fight you because you have the totem. Yeah, unfortunately, once I run out of potions, it's pretty bad. I noticed you can get your potions back in here by, like, activating something. I can't remember what it is. And then a bunch of herbs, like, pop out of you. Like, bundled herbs and crap pop out of your butthole. And all of a sudden you have all your stuff back.
Might be when you get one of the boons?
I don't know. I've seen it happen before, though.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Well, I just grabbed the Aether and I got it. I got some potions back.
Maybe it's like a breakpoint on the Aether that gives you potions.
That would make sense.
This was a tough one.
Yeah, this was a tough one. Flame, I'm gonna focus the flame down. He's the most annoying.
Which one is it? Where are
He's
you?
the top one. Top of the pit.
Okay.
He just takes Pete somewhere. He's at bottom right now. He runs around. He's a little bastard.
I need more time.
Little sneaky guy.
I'm not ready.
Oh my god, I got stuck in a blue. Let's chase blue.
I'm not ready.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. He hit me with one attack, and all of a sudden I was chugging potions, and I could not recover.
Okay, Caleb dead.
I did some damage to Cruel before he one-shot me. I don't know what the hell that was.
Got rid of that one.
It's a little easier.
Okay, that's a lot of fire with that.
That was
A lot of fire? What do you mean?
You get it?
Got him.
I'm over here chugging potions after the bosses are dead. This is great.
98. That's terrible.
Yeah, let me get my 2 pieces of loot and then cry myself to sleep because there's no unique.
Nothing.
Cry myself to sleep. Now I cry myself to sleep. Oh, that's a terrible loop. Greater affix. Roll. Awful. Okay, well that's new. Your minions deal 961 shadow damage per second to enemies around them. The damage over time lasts for 5 seconds after leaving the aura. So your minions just have a aura of damage over time?
Yeah, seems like it.
Kind of interesting. I'll link that. A damage over time aura.
You want to do 5 or 6? Kim?
You do 5. Aspect of Fortress. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Forgot about that. The Aspect of Fortress. That
Like
was
it. What you got?
I already destroyed it to my codex. I'll link it in Discord. That was a vampiric power, and that was actually one of the best ones for surviving.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's only a barb thing.
I mean, that could be huge with all the massive life that you have, though.
So it's 5 for every 10%. So yeah, that's up to 50% if you're dead. A lot of DR.
Erno said he wants to spend 1 Resplendent Spark and make his irregular unique perfect.
One Resplendent Spark can make his regular unique perfect. Interesting. With rolling uniques.
I need more time.
I mean, as long as that doesn't include greater affixes, that could be neat.
I know PoE lets that happen. You can divine uniques, but I don't know how to feel about that. In D2, it was about finding the perfect version of a unique. You have to keep finding it. But I'm kind of impartial to it.
In D2, the sad thing was, though, is that there were some uniques that just had too many variables, and I think that Diablo 4 could learn from this mistake that Diablo 2 made, because although there were some unique items that were absolutely amazing, and finding the perfect versions of them were great, there were also some uniques like let me go and think of a really good example here, like the Tomb Reaver Cryptic Axe, that just had far too many unique variables. I think there was actually somebody did the math on like finding a perfect Tomb Reaver, and it was like more than winning the lottery or something. It was like 1 in like 6 billion, like 288 million. It was some crazy like lotto level like percent chance of like winning, and it had to do with the fact that there were too many variables on the item. While having variables on the item is nice, and like finding those things are good, but when you have too many things that matter on an item, and like it can really bog down the quality of items like tremendously. I mean when you think about a lot of the unique items in the game, like the best ones that usually end up you finding in a really good shape, you usually only are worried about like maybe like 1 or 2 stats on the item, right? Like a Banished Lord's Talisman, for instance. Like, I mean, overpower damage is nice, but it's an additive bonus. The core skill one is okay, but like it's not like a huge difference between the 1 and the 2. Like, the only 2 that really matter here, for the most part, if you're going specifically for that stuff, is either the critical strike chance if you need it for your build, the core skills if you need that for your build, which it could be a thing, or the resource regeneration, and then the actual stat itself, right? So the more important stats you have on an item that have to roll perfect, the worse it gets. Like Ramalodni's is like proof in the pudding. Ramalodni's has, the 0.4, so that's like the thing that you absolutely have to have no matter what, right? That's your baseline. And then from the baseline, you also want max resource, because max resource is so important to the build, so having that max resource bonus be, the best max resource bonus is really, really important. And then, of course, also being 925 is very important as well, which has been mostly fixed in the recent patches by making like a lot of items roll 925. But then, although they fixed that, then they created the greater FX problem, which is, okay, now you want a 0.4 that has greater FX as well on the Fury. And so now it just becomes exceedingly difficult to find yourself like a perfect Ramalodni's. I was so sad I saw somebody post a perfect 4 greater affix Ramalodni's, but it only had 0.2 on the modifier. And it was so sad.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. I would hate that.
That's why I think that there should be a like a rule that states that when you get a greater affix on a unique, the unique modifier should automatically be at its highest roll. Because otherwise, there's no point in finding the greater affix uniques. Like if you're going to find like a Banished Lord's Talisman, but the Banished Lord's Talisman has 4 greater affixes on it, and then you get like a 20% roll on the unique effect, like what's the point of that?
And they're going to make the range even bigger, because that's one of the things they're going to do when they pass over all the uniques. They're going to just make them stronger, but the range is going to be bigger. So instead of 20 to 60, it'll be back to 20 to 120 or something.
Range being bigger is fine as long as the number of variables. It's a variable issue. So the more variables you add, the more difficult it becomes. It's just like flipping coins. Like if I said, flip 1 coin and give me a heads, right? That's a 50-50 chance. But if I said flip 2 coins and get me 2 heads, now you've got a much more diminished chance. It's not 50-50
Four.
anymore, right? So then what if I said roll 3 coins and get me heads on all 3 coins? Now it goes down even more, right? So the more variables you add in, the more difficult it becomes, and the more unlikely it is that you're ever going to reach the outcome. Like if I said, you know, like in this particular case with unique items, it's actually 5 variables, right? So you have 4 affixes that can roll greater affixes, and then you also have the unique effect itself, which is very important to the item. So you've got 5 rolls. So what's the percent chances of rolling 5 perfect rolls, like 5 heads in a row? And then, and not only that, now it's not 5 heads in a row. Now it's a 20-sided die, right? So you've got to get the number 20 on 5 20-sided die. Then the chances become infinitesimal, and you're like, okay, well that's just, you know, so rare that I'm probably never going to see it. Now, if you reduce that down to 4, or you reduce it down to 3 20-sided die, the chances of you finding that become a little bit more realistic, right? And I think that's one of the things that they need to realize as well, is that when they put too many variables on an item that are important to the item's output, you're making the item exceedingly rare to the point that nobody's going to find it. I mean, Diablo 2 has the issue too. So like if you ever tried to hunt for a rare item with like Fool's Cruels of the Quickness, with, you know, like Dual Leech, you know, like Indestructible with repairs, you know, repairs durability, ethereal, right? Like you already know, like the number of modifiers that you've got to roll on the item are Fools, Cruels, of the Quickness, ethereal, and then you also have to roll repairs durability, so that's already 5 rolls, and then chances are you probably want something else on there too along with the 5th roll, so it's like 6 rolls to get like the perfect item. And they're chase items. I mean, they're exceedingly rare chase items, and I wouldn't have Diablo without them, but I don't want every item in the game to be 6 affix chase items, if that makes any sense. I mean, thankfully, as it is right now, because they haven't really figured out how to properly make the unique items, most of the time it's a bunch of additive bonuses that don't matter. So,
Yeah. It's going to matter when you start getting the tempers on them. Chance for the projectiles or whatever they cast twice, and you get like a 10% instead of a 30. That's like a huge difference. Like, what the heck? And then you add in the masterworking, and then you're trying to crit on it.
well, like one thing I noticed is that, you know, ever since obviously people complained a whole lot, they put damage reduction as a stat on a lot of the uniques. And I find on my time, oftentimes I'll get like a really good drop on a unique item, and then it's like garbage on the damage reduction stat. Like it goes up to like 7.3 on the damage reduction, and I got like a 2.5, and I'm like, okay, well, yay. So now a lot of them you have to worry about that too. You can't just get like the damage stat. Now you got to find one that's got the damage stat, the unique modifier that you want, and also has the damage reduction modifier as well.
I'll try to think her.
I gotcha. I can generally survive in here. It seems like 5 is my limit. 6 is where I start getting wrecked.
Yep.
I don't like this currency-based system.
What does that mean?
This system they got where the monsters drop currency instead of items. I don't like it.
Yeah, I think they should just remove that. And I mean, you can have all the items drop at the end, but I don't think you need this like currency.
I mean, I think they need to do a revisit on time invested versus reward. And they need to figure out, like, because the currency that they currently have, like, I mean, I don't know why they're doing currency in the first place, but like, it's just for the currency that you're getting, you basically have like no reward by comparison. I mean, if you compare a nightmare dungeon, if you compare the pit, which I think is a good comparison because the pits are quick, you can get rewards from them relatively easily. And you know, perhaps there's several other things that you could compare it to, like maybe even HellTides. Like the reward to time sink ratio in this is massive. It's just way off. It's so far off. It's not even funny.
That's what I mean. It's like, who designed it?
I feel like we're doing a lot here for relatively nothing at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, and I get it. Maybe they leave this exactly as it is, and maybe they just adjust the rewards at the end to be more worthwhile. But I mean, what would be considered worthwhile? Like if we compare the pit, let's use the pit as the main benchmark, right? Because that's their last end game encounter, right? So we take the pit and we go, okay, well I can complete the pit in anywhere between like 2 to what, like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Depending on what level you choose and like the the tier of your character and whatnot, but like 2 to 5 minutes. So let's even say 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, I get to the end boss. I get loot to upgrade my equipment. I also get, what is it, like 6 items?
Something like that, 6 or 7.
It's like 6 or 7 items and a chance at a unique. Right? You do this, and it feels like I don't know how long we've been doing like these, but what is it, like 10 minutes or 15 minutes, it feels like?
Yeah, each one.
And if we're lucky and we do everything correctly, we get maybe what, like 3 chests? 4 maybe if we're lucky, if we get the 100. Which doesn't seem to happen every single time. We don't seem to get the 100 every single time. So like we get 3 chests with 1 to 2 items each. I think sometimes I see a 3rd item pop out, but like it's basically like 3 items for 15 minutes versus what, 6 for like 2 minutes. Like the difference between the number of items you get is massive. And then these monsters aren't dropping any items. They're not dropping any materials. We get like some herbs and stuff, I think, for like there seems to be some benchmark levels or something, or breakpoints where you pick up the currency and it like drops you some herbs, but that's about it.
Awesome.
And the unique drop rate is terrible. I can't believe that. Well, how long have we been running this? And we've gotten what, 2 of the new uniques total?
Yeah.
Leon, have you gotten any yet?
No.
So Leon's got none. I got 1, and Khan got 1. And we've been farming this thing for hours here.
Like they should have done an emergency hotfix and just like increase the drop rate or the currency by like times 10 or something crazy, just, at least for the PTR sake. Just let me like get the items, please. You gave me a week.
I mean, even if you get one and it's garbage rolls, you're probably still going to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the names that they changed their names to are stupid. They're stupid names. I'm going to put that in the feedback. I'm going to be like, why did you change their names from the really cool names that they had to the really dumb names? Like, what the hell is Mayfer the Cruel? He was Mayfer the Dragon Hand. Like, how is Cruel cooler than Dragon Hand, okay?
$152? Wow, that's the most.
Yeah, we kind of killed it that time.
Oh, a triple affix sword.
Oh, I got a unique sword with a greater affix roll.
Oh.
130.
Wow, 130.
Let's see what mine is.
That's what I mean. That
oh, a 240. Nice.
Oh, a helm. I got a helm.
240 with +3 basics.
Wow, yours is nice, Ginger.
Fancy.
You can make any basic skill now.
Oh, you got a Crown of Lucian.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
With the lowest roll I've ever seen. Holy Jesus. Congratulations. You're still OP, but you're the worst OP that there is. That is terrible. 6%? Like, holy Jesus.
It's actually probably still worth it because it's bugged.
Yeah, it's bugged, but if we weren't playing like PTR, you know that thing would just end up right in the garbage.
Yeah, that'd be vendored. But that thing is bugged, so that 6% is still gonna be like infinity damage on like a Sork or something. For any build that you do.
Okay, well, I've got one of the uniques. I kind of wanted to try out this thing with like a... I don't know. I was thinking, you know, it would probably work with my popcorn build.
I mean, quite literally any basic
Put it
build
on
now.
popcorn.
Like, it's just
Oh,
perfect scaling.
I need to... did anybody test to see if it still generates resource as well as costing resource?
It does.
So
does.
it still generates and costs at the same time.
You can counter it. Absolutely can counter it. You can generate more than it uses.
Well, in that case, then my popcorn build just got insane because he can generate massive amounts of resource. He didn't even care. Holding down decompose pretty much just generates massive resource endlessly.
It's actually just like a straight up benefit because now that you can spend resource, you can take advantage of like all the things in the game. Of like when you spend resource, get X. You know.
I think it would work on this whirlwind barb.
What?
Try
What?
it.
What thing?
The helm.
Let me read it again. It's each time you spend primary resource on the A skill, you gain increased damage. Yeah, because you're gaining increased damage. It's not
Damage
just to the
better.
skill. So I think that would increase all damage. Yeah, I think it would work actually.
Gem doesn't make it mine, right? It doesn't account.
No, I don't think it binds it if you put a gem in. I don't think so. I mean, that one's so bad we would let you keep that one. I wouldn't beg you for it.
Alright. 5 or 6.
It's about the worst do jank I've ever seen.
Do jank. It's a left jank. It's a right jank. It's a big gold do jank. You know, maybe popcorn might actually work really well in here. Like, he is not necessarily the best character in the world, but it would be hilarious to see how well he does in there.
Yeah,
he can the explosions that he does don't really need much. I don't know. Here, I'll give him the gloves too. Just give him everything. Here,
I mean, that his damage goes significantly up with that. But the one thing got nerfed. You said right, the keystone.
Yeah, they nerfed the blighted aspect, which I'm probably just gonna take the blighted aspect off because it doesn't even seem worth it anymore. They nerfed it so hard that it doesn't even like.
Wow.
I'm not even entirely sure that using the blighted aspect at all is still worthwhile.
I think this is a general problem with their philosophy on nerfs too. It's like they overboard it so high. Like you can't just take like 5% from something. You got to go like dead.
You gotta just like rip it down so hard that like its future generations and ancestors feel it. Like
it's like they hit the delete button on like half the skills in the game. It's like delete. It's like no, dude, relax.
Relax, don't do it. Please stop nerfing everything. Relax, don't do it.
And now delete you.
Do 5 or 6?
I kind of want to try this this new aspect. Give me just a second to like.
Sure.
Because I wanna work this weapon in, and I gotta like redo a couple aspects here, but I don't want to be completely useless. While you guys are in there, what do I need? I need decay. Okay. I was also thinking maybe I could try out this new aspect, the one that that makes all my minions have like a shadow damage over time thing. It seems kind of neat. I don't know what is that. It's like a shadow aura or something. Where the hell is that? Shade mist. Your minions deal 961 shadow damage per second to enemies around them. The damage over time lasts for 4.8 seconds after leaving the aura. So they basically stay bleeding even after they've left the aura. I was thinking because I'm using the aphotic aspect that allows my skeleton warriors to dish out shadow damage. Like, wouldn't that just be better if all my minions are constantly dishing out shadow damage over time? I mean, that's all my minions versus just the warriors. Like, doesn't that just seems objectively superior? So I think it's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna throw that in here. Oh, that doesn't go on my helmet? Is it what does? Oh, that's okay. So this is an offensive. Ah, dang, dang it. Okay, well, I don't know how I can squeeze that one in there since it's an offensive aura. Hmm. It still seems kind of fun. Maybe I should squeeze it in anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I really can't. All right, let's go.
5.
I don't know. I might just die over and over again, and you guys will have to carry me. Carry me.
So a normal run.
Hey, I was doing pretty good in the 5s, okay?
Sorry, you set yourself up for that.
I was doing pretty good in the 5s.
Pretty cool sword. Knock. Oh, Chinchilla.
Not the too soon, Con.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like we don't have unlimited mats. You can create 1,000 elixirs.
Oh yeah, I probably should make some elixirs. Filling up with all royals over here. I forgot. I was looking at my gems and I'm like, those are all pathetic gems. I was like, I'm rich now. I can just royal diamonds everywhere. Royal rubies everywhere. Okay. Let's go die a bunch of times. I mean let's go live. I'm so curious how this is going to work with decompose. I need, let me just grab a bunch of health ones so I can try and stay alive.
Need to. Ooh. Can you just upgrade them to 100? At that vendor, it says boost to 100.
Oh yeah, I could upgrade this guy to 100, but somebody said that like when you did it, it like ripped off all your equipment and like deleted everything and like messed up your Paragon board. So.
You gotta like put it in the stash.
Well, it also messes up your Paragon board and your skill tree, which I don't really want. I don't really want to mess around with that. Oh yeah, let me pop some doojags here. Pop a doojag, pop a doojag, pop a doojag. I can't do the level 100 one.
See how fast you level in here.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Actually,
Be
good
interested in to see. So you're 90. 90 a quarter in.
I need more time. I'm low on essence.
I'm only using the sword. It's the only thing I changed out, so I guess we'll see.
Okay. I mean, the large multiplier. That help.
I lack the required essence.
Yeah, your resources too.
It definitely does drain resource, like 100%. Like if I'm not hitting anything. Honestly, though, with the explosions, the resource comes back really fast.
I need more
Now you have to think: is there any legendary power, any Paragon power, like anything that you can make use that you couldn't before, because you weren't draining before, but now you're draining.
Well, I'm hitting for like 500,000 million explosions. Yeah, million. I mean, that's about what I was hitting for before the patch, before they nerfed me, so... I guess technically you could throw in the Crown of Lucian in this build and just be absolutely silly.
Yeah, it would be.
Alright, give me a Crown of Lucian. Come on, guys.
You turn on the helm, Con? Do you notice?
I
something
did. Yeah, I
different?
did. It's hard to see the numbers,
Yeah.
especially in here.
I mean, you can just make it show the big numbers now.
Just
They
the
also-
big boys.
They also gave an interface for your health and like mana above your head character's health.
Yeah, I tried it. I don't like it.
Yeah, I've used it in other games, so I put it on.
I'm not ready yet.
Will you give me the bard sword? I will love you long time.
This build's crazy when you get monsters in like a pack. Like if you suck them all in and get like a big pack going. Because it does so many explosions in a small little area. You stack them up all on top of each other and all the explosions hit everything.
I'm trying that pull in with this world.
Well, Zyler got his Tesla today, so you can show him your suck later.
Oh, okay. Get down on my hands and knees. And I'll do the big suck. Do the big suck. Wanna hit that big old suck. Big suck. Come on down and get some suck. Big suck. Like a Dyson vacuum cleaner. Big suck.
I need more.
Do it.
I can't remember what TV show I was watching, but the guy goes into a vacuum cleaner shop and he's looking at all the vacuum cleaners, and a girl walks up to him and she's like, ah, you're looking for a vacuum cleaner, huh? And he's like, yeah. He's like, what about this one? And he's like, I don't know about that one. Another guy walks up and he's like, if you want the one that'll suck you off real good, he goes, don't get that one. That one will rip your dick off. And I'm like, whoa. He's like, get that one. And then he takes the vacuum up that the guy recommends to the register, and the lady behind the register's like, vacuum effer.
Yeah, this is so not worth it. They're gonna have to.
Dude, it feels overly long for basically no reward. There's no like, I'm not excited. Like at the end to get there, you know. I don't really. It's like, eh. Okay.
It's kind of like a chore.
I'm glad they decided to do another PTR, because if it launched like this, they'd be getting a ton of negative feedback on the launch of a season. It would just deter the whole season and then take down everyone's attitude on the expansion, etc. These are why, like, this is why PTR is good.
Well,
Yeah, I agree.
Well, why do you think Season 4 was so good? Season 4 was so good because literally the PTR allowed us to give all the feedback, and they fixed all the crap that was broken, or at least most of it anyway. They're like, oh yeah, that is a dumb idea. Who would have thought a pickle covered in chocolate was a bad idea? You're like, everybody thought that was a bad idea, okay? It's like, you're the only one who thought it was good! It was like one time we were at like a family cookout, and like everybody brought food to the family cookout, and like the vegan section of the family brought like vegetarian like whatever, and it was disgusting and nobody ate it. And they're like, I don't know why anybody's not eating my blah blah blah. And I'm like, probably because it tastes like cardboard and broken dreams. It doesn't even look appetizing. Like there's like a trifecta with food, right? It's like it either looks appetizing, it tastes good, and it looks bad, right? So it can look good, taste bad, and like smell bad, right? Or it can look terrible but taste good and smell good, right? Or it can smell really good and like look really good but it tastes terrible. But like if your food is hitting all three marks on the bad side, like if it looks terrible, tastes terrible, and smells terrible, I mean, you could at least make it look good before you bring it over, and then somebody might actually put it in their mouth. Like that looks delicious.
I need more time.
It is not good. It's like the idea of putting bacon inside of everything. It sounds good, well, you know, but it's not good. Like bacon, when you put bacon inside of food and you cook it inside of food, a lot of times it just turns into like chewy nastiness. And people need to get off that kick too, like bacon inside of everything. It doesn't need to go inside of everything. Hot tip for everybody, okay? If you go to Hardee's or McDonald's or Burger King, wherever you go, doesn't matter, all right? Classic breakfast sandwich is a bacon, egg, and cheese, all right? Trust me. Next time you go, say, I'd like a bacon, egg, and cheese with the bacon on the side, okay? And the bacon that they will give you is nice and crispy, and it is delicious, and there's nothing wrong with it. When they put it on the sandwich with the egg and the cheese, it absorbs the moisture from the egg and the cheese, and it becomes like rubbery and gross. All right. So if you always order your bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich like this, just simply say, I'd like a bacon, egg, and cheese, bacon on the side. They will give you the bacon strips on the side, and they will be nice and crispy, and they will be absolutely delicious. But if you order them on the sandwich, more often than not, they're stringy and rubbery because they've been sitting on the sandwich absorbing the moisture from the bread and the the cheese and the egg and whatnot, and the sausage if you got like sausage on there too. Like they just it doesn't work. Like you want it good and delicious and crispy and nice, and that's the easiest way to do it. I've never been fought by any of the fast food places when I ask if I just order bacon, egg, and cheese with bacon on the side. They just give me the bacon in like a little container. Like it's like they'll just hand it to me, and I'm like, yay! And I eat my little bacon strips with my sandwich, and it's amazing. Or you can just open your sandwich and put it on there. You know, it's a lot like tacos. You know how like when you order tacos like fresh and brand new, like the lettuce is crisp. But then if you order it and it's been sitting there for a little while, the heat from the taco makes the lettuce wilt, and then the lettuce is nasty, right? I mean, it's the same thing. Like if you had the lettuce on the side, you could just put the lettuce on there yourself, and it would be nice and crispy, and you wouldn't have to worry about the heat making it all wilty.
I'm not ready yet.
It works great. It's absolutely amazing little trick that you can use. Next time you're ordering breakfast, I swear one of you guys is going to do it, and they'll be like, Ginger was right. I think this is better. I used to think they just use nasty bacon. That's what I used to think. Until I tried the trick, and I was like, it's not nasty bacon. Their bacon is actually delicious. It's well cooked. It's crispy. Like, it's good. But, you know, it just, the way that they serve it, it just doesn't work. I'm pretty sure you guys have been doing like 90% of the work, and I've just been talking.
Sure.
Oh. Kill him already?
Oh yeah,
he's
he
dead.
dropped a ton of he dropped a ton of currency. There was a jump, a high jump. I forgot what it was at, but it went up like at least by 20.
I mean, my damage isn't like terrible, but it's not like 77 million like my Bone Spirit Necromancer. I feel like he works better in here though too, because he's just doing more AoE damage. Did I hear somebody like really low?
Yeah, Knight's trying to talk like 3 times now, and you just like you just
Knight,
got
you
him.
are so low, I can like barely even hear you. Let me check.
He's
and
like a
see
little
what-
mouse.
Yeah,
He's
it's
a mouse to the.
It's like, hold on, let me see. I'm
He's
probably gonna die over here, but at least I can check and see what your volume's at.
But it's like, somebody help me! I'm
Oh
trying to
yeah,
talk.
you're like really low. Talk again,
Weird.
Knight.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now. Okay, there you go. You're way better. All right, go ahead, man. I wasn't trying to talk over you. I just couldn't hear you.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not.
I'm in PvP, and how long is the lightning supposed to last from the sword?
Like what? The chain lightning?
Like with the new pants when it spins around you.
Well, you can have multiples doing it, so technically forever.
Well, like I killed
it's
him,
gonna
and it was
bounce.
still sitting there spinning while he was dead, just bouncing off me for like
that
2
sounds like a
minutes.
bug.
For like 2 minutes, it was just sitting there
If
bouncing.
it's not expiring when the player dies, that sounds like a.
So after they died, it's still just spinning. That's hilarious.
I need more time.
See if we can gather them all up so I can get max DPS. Can we do the
They won't-
suck? Can we suck them? We can't do the suck. They won't
Their
suck.
bosses.
They don't like being sucked. Oh man, I thought everybody liked being sucked.
Not these fellas.
Well, they are dead, so
They smelled like a curse.
they are dead. So there's that.
Kill the flame.
I don't know how I'm staying alive so easily on this character when my other one was dying all the time, but he's killing it.
Please, just a unique wizard. I've worked so hard. No.
You still haven't gotten one?
Nope, no unique. Okay, Blizzard, what did I do to you?
Oh, perfect one of these shade mists.
Was I mean to you, Blizzard? I'm sorry.
Yes, you were a very bad person. You know, this thing seems really interesting too, with all these like must consume resource doojanks, like where it consumes life instead. They added that back in from the malignant. That's the malignant, I'm pretty sure. That was in the season of Malignants as well. The dark dance. A dance so dark and so dancey.
It's an 80% multiplier, which is kind of insane. I was actually thinking about using it next season. Like, you'll get some big hits out of that.
I'm totally not trying to pay attention to the debate or anything, but I already heard that apparently Biden lost his cool and blew up on camera. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I think even CNN is throwing him under the bus. Like, because he had some, like, gaps and didn't know where he was and all kinds of stuff.
He didn't know where he was? What?
I think he got lost, like, twice during it. Just, like, into space, you know? Like,
It's terrible. It's so terrible. That's our president, guys. You know, I don't know. I think there was a record for like the oldest president, but like who's been the youngest president?
Is it JFK?
JFK was the youngest. Well, then he got assassinated, so
right.
that didn't really last very long. That's terrible. I think Trump has been one of the oldest ones, right?
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but maybe there should be an age limit. I know age brings wisdom and all that, but I think at a certain point, like, don't we want our nation's leader to be like cognizant of what's going on? And
Yeah.
I mean, the older they get, the less cognizant they are. I mean, there's got to be like a cutoff age.
Well, they have a limit, like they have a minimum, they just don't have a maximum, right?
I mean, we're not saying that they're not like perfectly responsible adults within the world, but you know, like there's a difference between being a responsible adult who drives a car and, you know, holds his life and maybe like a couple other people's lives in their hands, who drives to work on a regular basis, and someone who holds the world like as we know it in the palm of their hands, right? So like it becomes a situation of like at what point do you put the cutoff on, like giving someone the responsibility over everything? There was a one with Biden, and I'm really worried about his memory because, like, he went somewhere, and I think he thought he was a senator still. Like he had some sort of like collapse, and he was like he thought he was a senator, and the person he was talking to was like, "You're the president," and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm the president." And he totally forgot he was the president for a second. I'm like, "Whoa, how do you forget you're the president?" Like, I'm the president of the United States. Just forget. Like, I'm back to being a senator.
Did you watch Three Body Problem yet? I don't know why I thought of that, but the Wall Facer. You gotta watch that show. Tell me what you think of it.
And we've had some pretty screwed up presidents that have done pretty well. I mean, I'll admit that, but it's usually not memory problems or like forgetting where you are. It's something different. Like the president who was through basically most of World War II. I can't remember if it was all of World War II, but Truman, right? Truman had the or was it no, FDR? I think it was FDR. He was in the wheelchair because he had was it Lou Gehrig's disease or something similar to that? I can't remember. My brain is farting here. But he was in a wheelchair for like, half of his presidency, or at least most of his presidency. But the thing is that like being physically disabled doesn't mean jack diddly when you're the president, because it's mental. Like, it's almost entirely mental, right? You need to make decisions. You need to be authoritative. You need to to have a mind on you, right? But like the other side of the equation, whereas if you have some sort of mental problem going on where you're not remembering things properly, or you're forgetting where you are, or whatever, like that is a serious problem in the presidency. The other one is not. Like a physical disability doesn't matter. You could have no legs and you could have no arms and you could still be the best president ever, right? But if your brain doesn't work properly, that's a whole nother ballpark. Like that's an issue.
Kind of feel sorry for the guy.
Mm-hmm.
I opened one HellTide chest and got more items than I did in like the last hour.
I mean, I have memory problems, and I'm only 40. You know how many times I forget people's names in here? You guys are lucky I remember any of you guys' names. And it's terrible, and I'm sorry about it. I apologize. But I can't stop it. I don't know how to do anything about it. I just have terrible memory.
Yeah.
I write stuff down. Like, I know I have a terrible memory. Right? I start writing stuff down because I know if I don't write it down, I'll forget. Right? I mean, you gotta know. But if your memory's bad, you gotta be aware of it.
So you're saying the 2000 Diablo 2 videos are for yourself, so you remember. Not
It is. They totally are. You caught me. It's terrible. I'll pull up my own videos sometimes and go watch it. Sometimes somebody will comment on my video, and I'm like, what video are they talking about? And I'll go look at it, and I'll be like, oh,
I forgot
okay.
that was a thing.
I forgot that he even did that video. All right, well, and then I'll
This guy knows what he's talking about, not me.
It's like, he's better than I am. No, honestly, when I first started, because I had such a gap in my, knowledge, because I had played a lot back in the early days, just to clarify. And then when I came back, a lot of my playtime had been single player, because I was kind of frustrated with the online, so I had missed out on a lot of patches. So I hadn't experienced all of the patches that the game had to offer, because I was mainly playing offline anyway. And so there were large gaps in my memory and also in the knowledge that I had, because I had to go through the patches and figure out all the stuff that I'd missed. And it took me a while to refresh my memory and also to learn on the new stuff that I had forgotten about. That was one of the reasons why I decided to make the videos in the first place, because I'm like, there's such a gap between, like in Diablo 2, let's say that you stop playing in 1.09, right? Like, you know how much stuff you missed out between 1.09 and like 1.14? Like, it's huge. It's huge. Uber Tristram, like Uber Diablo, like there's a lot of stuff that you missed out on. And then not to mention all the stuff that was in D2R as well. Sometimes people comment on my videos and they're like, yeah, last time I played was like 1.08, and you know, I thought I'd give it another try. You know, I was pretty good at it before. And I'm like, the last time you played was 1.08? Like, holy Jesus, buddy. I was like, you got some learning to do. This game has changed. It's changed.
I need more time.
Change. But I did too. I had a lot of learning to do as well.
Learning is a great thing. Forgetting is not a great thing.
I tell people that sometimes and they don't believe me. I'm like, look, I have forgotten more about video games than you probably know. All right. It's like I've played so many games over the years. More games than I care to even like talk about, because some of them are so bad. I think all of us have that one game in our library like that we played, and it's just it's probably like the worst game, and we're embarrassed that it's even in our library. And if somebody ever sees it in there, they're like, you played that game?
How many hours?
How many? That says 10,000. Like, what is going on? It's like, well, most of it was AFK time, okay? I was watching Netflix a lot while I played.
That's the best thing, actually, because we're talking about, like, forgetting. And my parents will ask me if they've seen a movie before, because they forget. Like, they'll be watching, like, a trailer of a movie, like, have we seen this before? Like, I don't watch the movies with you guys, but I know you've watched that because I've heard it. I know what that is. It's like they can watch the entire Netflix library 3 times over because they just forget that they've seen the movie.
Just completely forget they say name.
Or they'll remember at the very end, like when the plot twist comes, like the ending arc, they're like, oh yeah.
Dude,
like you just wasted 2 hours.
My dad was the king of that. Like, he's a big action movie fan. He doesn't really like slow movies.
That's
so I picked out this movie, and I can't remember what it was. I think it was like John Wick or something, right? I'm like, totally action movie. He watched the first part of it, and like, you know, the first part of John Wick doesn't have like action in it. It's not like action 100% of the time every second you watch it, right? But the action wasn't quick enough for him, so he had fallen asleep before the action started. Like, the whole movie is action, and he woke up again, like, somewhere in the middle where it wasn't action again. Then he fell back asleep, and he woke up at the end where it wasn't action. And he was like, this is a really boring movie. I like movies that have more action. I'm like, Dad, this is freaking John Wick. The whole movie was action. What are you talking about?
He killed like 100 people in the first movie.
I'm like, he literally killed like 10,000 people. I was like, what is... Like, there were gunshots, explosions, helicopters landing, like, freaking cars exploding. He's like, I didn't see any of that. I'm like, how could you not see any of that? He's like, well, I did fall asleep. I'm like, for how long? The whole movie?
I love the club scene.
I'm not ready yet.
Dude, and then he'll find a movie that he likes that's really excited about, and when he's really excited about the movie, he can't contain himself. Like, so we're flipping through Netflix one day, and you know he lands upon a movie that he really likes, right? He's like, oh yeah, that one's really good. He goes, let's watch that one. That one's really good. I was like, Dad, you've seen it before? He's like, oh yeah, I watched it. It was really good. It was a really good movie. I was like, okay. I was like, well, watch it, but can you not spoil it for me? I wanna experience. He's like, oh yeah. He's like, I won't tell you anything. I won't tell you anything about the movie. He goes, let's watch it. Let's watch it. You'll see. It's really good. It's really good. Right. So we start watching the movie, and this guy appears on the screen,
That's
and
okay.
and my dad's legs start shaking like really fast, like he's gonna take off like a helicopter or something. I don't know what's going on, and he can't hold his like tongue, and he puts his hand over his mouth, and his legs start shaking faster and faster and faster until finally he literally just screams out, "He dies!" And I'm like, "What, Dad?" It's like, he dies! He dies! In the first 5 minutes of the movie, he's dead! Guy comes out, stabs him in the throat, he's dead! I'm like, "Dad, I thought you weren't going to spoil it for me." He's like, "Well, he dies." I'm like, "Alrighty then."
I have the opposite. My mother, if I've seen a movie and they want me to rewatch it with them, she'll ask me, what happens? Does he get caught? Does he get away with it? Who's it? It's like, why,
Like,
why
I
do
don't
you
know,
want
we're
to know
watching the
ending?
movie. We're watching it together. Like, I
No,
don't
no, no.
know the answer.
No, even if I do know, because I've seen it before them, and I'm like watching a second time with it, she wants me to spoil it for her.
I'm
like,
not gonna
why do you
tell
want
you.
me to
I'm
Yeah,
not
I'm
gonna
not
tell
gonna
you. I'm
spoil
not
it.
gonna
Like, you're gonna get the twist. Like, why am I gonna give you the twist?
Well, that's why I like watching movies that people haven't seen, because I do like to do that, where I'm like trying to figure out the movie. Like I enjoy that, like almost detective style thing. But if somebody knows the answer and is sitting there and spoils it for me, it just ruins it. Like so if I'm sitting there asking the questions, I don't want anyone to have the answer. I'm just like, I'm being like Sherlock Holmes, you know. I'm like, and his footstep has a slightly left adjacent node, as if he has a hurt leg, or perhaps he was carrying someone heavy on the right side.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know. Sometimes the plot of the movie is way too transparent, though, and I'll like call the ending before the ending even happens. And I feel like that Star Trek episode where Data like walks into the Sherlock Holmes thing and he like solves the puzzle in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, you can go entirely one way or the other. I mean, you can go the Game of Thrones way, where it's like, well, it would have made too much sense to have Jon Snow fight the Night King, so we just had Arya kill him. Okay. So, like, 5 seasons of building up this conflict with Jon Snow at the wall, the hard home scene, and all this, and it's just like, yeah, no, Arya's the one that's gonna do it. Jon Snow's not getting to fight him.
I'm not ready yet.
Not even like a mini battle.
I'm not ready yet.
You've seen that, right? Where they were like, we thought it'd be too obvious.
I've seen a couple games like that and TV shows and whatnot that like they had source material to go by, and instead of going with the ending that was in the source material, they just did whatever they felt like doing. The only TV show that I thought was actually kind of neat, or movie that I thought was kind of neat that strayed from the source material in that kind of a way was and I know you'll probably get some groans just for mentioning it, but Twilight. So Twilight had a like ending that was one specific way, and there was no battle at the ending. They made peace, and you know, like they kind of just like it was diplomacy basically, like so the diplomacy ending, right? Well, the people who were doing the movie wanted a fight scene, so what they did was they had one of the characters who could see into the future, like, you know, basically see the battle as it would have happened. And, like, they basically did the entire battle as if the battle had taken place, and then, like, flashed it back at the end of the battle after you saw how it would have ended. And they're like, you know, like, let's not go down this road or whatever. You know, like, this is how it's going to end. You know, it's that kind of a thing. Which I thought was pretty neat.
It was really good.
Yeah, showing you, like, a hypothetical situation of how the battle would have taken place if it had taken place. Which is a really neat way to kind of like give the viewership, you know, like the battle that they want to see without actually doing the battle. Just a really neat way to play it off, I think.
I'm sure we all had a girlfriend or something drag us to those movies, so.
It was my sister, so.
Yeah.
Not exactly my personal favorite, that's for sure, but.
That scene was really good, though. I remember
Yes.
that, yeah.
Yes. That scene was good. And that's what I'm saying, right? So that scene didn't actually happen in the books, and if they'd stuck to the script, you never would have saw it. So it was just kind of a neat way for them to add something that shouldn't have been there.
So, hey guys, is Diablo around? I know we're in hell.
Oh God!
Is he in the throne room? Is he in the next room, guys?
There's a bunch of hydras underneath my butthole.
I hate when that happens.
I just walked in and there was 2 hydras right under my butt.
That's what you get for eating Taco Bell.
I mean, I didn't spawn them. Oh, okay. That's rude. I didn't even get a chance to put my buffs up.
Don't forget to pick up those things.
Gotta pick up your burning 8.
Oh my God, 124, one shy.
Hey, you guys got more than me.
No uniques again. I gotta change characters or something. I think this guy's broken.
No, I didn't get any.
I got no uniques this time too.
He's closer. Just one new sword. That's all I want.
I got one more in me and go to bed.
This is new too. I don't remember this. This is another malignant power, isn't it? I think I remember the creeping death from the malignant. So that was the malignant power on the yeah.
That's a lot of damage on the boss.
Oh, when they go crowd controlled.
Yeah, it says staggered bosses do take 40%. Increase damage over time.
It says 20% increased damage over time to enemies for each different crowd control effect they're affected by. You know how many crowd control effects there are in the game?
That's insane, actually. Yeah, that's an insane item. And then, like, when you started the boss, they take an additional
40 times.
40%. Yeah, and they'll take 40 times on all of those stacks you did from the other.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Kind of like, I don't know how strong that would be. That item is like, yeah, you just build insane crowd control. Like amounts of crowd control, different sources of it.
I mean, at that point, maybe you're using a butcher's cleaver.
Yeah, you are, because that's like 2 right on one item.
Leap, when you do leap with what's that key pass? With a bludgeoning weapon, concussion.
I mean, technically, you could use that with the worldly aspect or affix. Hang. Sorry. So in the not in the weapons, but in the offensive, or is it which one is it? Utility? Well, worldly fortune.
Yeah, you just get each one of those.
Just put one of each. You got 4 right there, and then you can pull in whatever else you can pull in from other sources.
You get a ton, man. I'm just never. I'm not a big dot person. I like a big hit. I like boom, one big hit. That's the kind of person I am.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
I want to slam something.
You just want to slam, huh?
Yeah. I'm a Deathblow, Hoda, Pulverize Enjoyer. I like those big attacks.
Die.
I need
What build are you rocking right now, Con?
Bleed,
Bleed Whirlwind.
I mean, you can put that helm on a boosted Sork and just do infinite damage. Let's go, Con. Log in.
6%. Woo!
That's one off the worst roll.
Congratulations, Con. Congratulations.
I guess enough to test it. I want to try it on the Druid. See.
I've seen so many YouTube videos like, this is the new best Druid build, and they have the helm. It's like, dude, any build with that helm on is the new best build. Like, what do you mean this is the new best build? This is season 5. I was like, dude, relax.
Relax.
The item's getting nerfed into the ground.
It's gonna get nerfed in the ground. Relax. Don't worry. It's gonna be gone.
The new best build. Here it is. Crown of Lucian? Yeah, okay, never mind.
I'm not a big fan of them doing what they're doing with like the Crown of Lucian because it's a
The damage item. Here's more damage.
it's so ridiculously good that who's not gonna freaking use it? Even when they fix it, it's probably still gonna be like one of the best items.
In the live stream, didn't they specifically say they were not making like universal
Generically
items?
universal items, yeah. They said they were trying to make items be really good in a specific area, and like that's not it. I don't know who greenlit the Crown of Lucian, but I think that unique needs to go back to the table.
They didn't get the memo.
Yeah, they weren't there.
They weren't there at that meeting.
Some guy was like, I want to do infinite damage in this game. Boom. A helm is better than any Uber unique helm. Sorry, Shaco. Sorry.
Yeah, no, how is Crown of Lucian not an uber unique with how much power it gives your character?
Like they said that, and then they came out with the helm, the amulet, and the boots. They're all generic, all pretty good because they give cooldown on boots to all classes now.
I mean, I guess you could say that Lucian has a slight niche in that it's for spenders, but then they made the sword, which literally turns even non-spenders into spenders, and it's like, okay, so you took away the border between the niche that you were... What?
I'm just like, please stop giving us all this insane multipliers everywhere. Just put the damage into the base skill, and then let all the items make it more fun. Change the behaviors and a little multiplier here or there. But man, these skills need some help.
I think the developers who are making this game watched way too much Dragon Ball Z.
Why do you say that?
Because Dragon Ball Z has a fetish with like being so much more powerful than who you're fighting that literally there's like no competition. Like, I mean, yes, there are fair fights in Dragon Ball Z. I guess you could say they're fair fights. But more often than not, the fights in Dragon Ball Z are so one-sided that, like, it's laughable. Like, in the direction of, you know, like, the favor of the person who's fighting. It's like, it seems to be what they want to see. They want to see, like, characters be either, like, A, so weak that they're basically, like, Krillin versus, like, frickin' Beerus. Or they want it to be like Beerus versus Krillin, and you're Beerus. Like that's literally the two modes that they want your character to fill. You're either God or you're not God. Like that's pretty much it's a binary equation at this point. And they don't know how it's like they don't know how to make a character be like an actual like regular character.
when you compared it to Dragon Ball, I thought you were saying like they're weak until they power up, which would be putting on a decent item to power up.
Well, I mean, let's give an example, right? So, like, Goku struggled with Cell, right? Perfect Cell. But would Goku suffer? Would Goku literally struggle with Perfect Cell? You know, like in his Super Saiyan Blue form?
No.
He would kick his butt, right? That's kind of the point I'm trying to make. Is that in Dragon Ball, it was either like a fair fight, or they were like way too weak. In fact, most of the time they were just way too weak, and they were fighting somebody who was way more powerful than them, and they were getting their butts kicked, or they were way more powerful than who they were fighting, and they would demolish them. Like when Goku went back to fight Frieza after powering up, and Frieza was just like pathetic, right? And then Frieza had to go power up, and then his power was actually stronger than freaking Goku and Vegeta's, but then, like, you know, it was like the closest thing to a fair fight they had, but he was still more powerful than them, and then he slowly decreased in power until they were more powerful than him. And then it wasn't a fair fight anymore. None of the fights really, like, I feel like the entire Dragon Ball universe is literally just filled with unfair battles, either in one direction or the other, either in favor of the heroes or against the heroes. Where literally you have, like, the whole team, you know, you've got, like, the whole Z-Warrior team. Like, you've got Krillin, you've got Tien, you've got Goku, you've got Vegeta, you've got frickin' Bulma there with, like, a rocket launcher, you've got, you got Piccolo, you got even frickin', what is his name, Yamcha shows up, and frickin' even the samurai shows up. I can't remember his name. Well, damn, what's the samurai's name? The one that cut off Vegeta's tail. Like, they're all there. And, like,
Yajirobe?
yeah, Yajirobe's there. And, like, all of them together, like, barely managed to scrape out a win. It's, like, 35 versus 1. or it's one guy and he's so... Or like, Goku's so overpowered that he just demolishes whoever he's fighting. You know, it's always, like, one or the other.
Yeah, I think the closest, like, balanced fight in DBZ was maybe like Vegeta versus Zarbon or Namek.
Well, Vegeta versus Goku is probably the closest you're ever going to get.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Those are usually pretty close, but even those, usually one of them has like a secret over the other one at some point.
Yes.
Like the first time Vegeta and Goku fought, Vegeta was capable of Super Saiyan 3, and he didn't let him know, and so Vegeta felt like kind of slighted at the end because he was like, what?
Playing games.
Technically, the first fight was when Vegeta came to Earth and Goku had Kaioken.
Well, Vegeta, remember, Raditz came to Earth first and was way more powerful than Goku and Piccolo, and it took both of them and literally sacrificing Goku's life to beat Raditz. So again, another like one-sided fight where they barely managed to edge out victory by basically 2v1ing like 2v1ing Raditz, and only really then because Goku sacrificed his life to do it. And Vegeta was way more powerful than Goku in the beginning too. Goku had to die a couple times.
When Vegeta was stronger than Imperfect Cell, like the medium version of Cell, he should have just ended that. And there was no reason for Cell to get perfect version of Vegeta.
Pride. That was
His
Vegeta.
hubris.
Pride. His freaking hubris. Pride. Way too much pride.
It's like, I'm so strong, there's no way you could ever be stronger than me. I have unlocked the true Saiyan potential.
Dude, the entire first, like, part of Dragon Ball Z, where Vegeta is constantly assuming that he's unlocked Super Saiyan mode, even though he hasn't unlocked Super Saiyan mode. Every single time he die and would come back, like, he would get, like, healed by, what's his face? What was his name? Little tiny, Day? Was it Dende? Dende? Every time he got healed by Dende, he would get, like, that little Genkai boost where he would get a little bit more powerful because he died and came back to life. And he would be like, and now I am the true Super Saiyan! Dude.
Frieza's like, click.
Every single time, man. Dude, he must have done that. I bet you there's a counter somewhere, but he must have done it like 30 or 40 times up until the point where Goku actually got Super Saiyan and he realized what an idiot he was.
And then the best part was when he sees Goku after he gets resurrected, he's like, you're a Super Saiyan now, I can see it. It's like, if you knew what it looked like, what are you going on about? Frieza's like, you're dead. You're a ghost. He's like, can a ghost do this?
Oh man. I don't know. In many ways, I felt like the Tournament of Power was like the closest thing that they ever had to like a fair fight, because it forced everybody to have to work within their limits, but then input androids that have no limits. The androids carried that whole tournament, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, without the androids, it would have been over. Like, there's no way they would have had the energy levels to be able to pull that off.
They did Topo and Vegeta pretty well. They went back and forth. I like that fight.
Yeah, and then Topo gets God of Destruction powers.
Yep.
Like, it was even up until the point where he got God of Destruction powers, and then it was just overwhelmingly in Topo's favor.
The crazy thing is like they didn't let Goku keep his Master Ultra Instinct or whatever. So like technically Vegeta should be stronger because Vegeta unlocked whatever Royal Blue
Ultra Ego or whatever.
Yeah, and he kept that. So technically he has the bigger power boost after that tournament, which would be nice. I'm a fan of Vegeta being stronger for once.
Yeah, but Vegeta's gonna get big head.
Yeah. He's just gonna get flicked around again. He's like, what happened?
And Goku cheats anyway. Let's be honest, Goku cheats. Goku's like, he lets Vegeta go first, and then he watches the entire fight and learns all the moves. And then after Vegeta gets his butt whooped, and he's literally watched the entire fight of Vegeta literally getting his butt whooped, he's like, huh, I know a counter to that. And then he goes next, and he literally just like counters whatever moves they make because he watched Vegeta get his butt whooped. He does it all the time too. It's like the, and you know, it's not necessarily his fault. Like Vegeta could have been like, hey, you know, Goku, you go first. But no, he doesn't. He doesn't. He just gets his butt whooped, and then he watches Goku's fight afterward.
The only time where he kind of had the advantage in that sense was against Infernal Power. What's his name? Jiren. He did have a moment where he's like, he countered him, and everyone's like, what the heck? Jiren actually took damage there, but then the power difference was too high.
What a lot of people are actually pretty like upset about, actually, believe it or not, is Roshi. Roshi dodging Jiren's attack, like, apparently blew a lot of people's wigs back. They're like, no way! There's no way that he could do that.
I got my first unique, and it's the amulet that they gave everyone from the quest.
Oh no!
I hate my
Oh
life.
no! It's the one that you don't want. It's actually kind of a nice amulet, but I'm not sure what I would use it on. It seems really, really good for like a Flay Barbarian, maybe.
I mean, it would have been like crazy for our resource scaling builds because it's giving you like 100% crit chance, basically.
I'm out, guys.
Alright, I gotta take Cody out to go pep a doodah.
I mean, we did a lot.
Yeah.
Good games, guys.
I mean, I got the sword.
Something be tested.
I got a version of the sword that Khan gave me because he took pity on me.
I'm gonna take this over with like the barbarian or something, and I'm gonna
Play around with it, yeah.
we'll just take the flame barbarian. I'm gonna just sub it in for one of my items and see how much it brings my damage up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take Cody out to Peppadudus first, and then I'll test this. He's begging. He said I got to go. I took a second to look at some of the articles. Wow. Apparently the debate went really bad for Biden. Apparently he said some people were saying he looked confused. I don't know, I have to read what one of the people wrote. I didn't actually watch it myself because I was on here, but... And what did he say? He said unfocused. President Biden was confused, unfocused. His performance was catastrophic. A near total collapse, which is sending the prominent Democrats in a tailspin of panic. What the hell? Some of these comments are crazy, too. Well, honestly, he didn't have to get questions right. He didn't have to do much of anything. Let's be perfectly honest. All he had to do was convince the American public that his mental stability was not on the line. In other words, that he was, you know, mentally stable. And I don't really think he managed to do that. So the one thing that he really needed to do, he didn't do. Alright, let's see here. I want to take you and you. Okay. Missing my amulets and you. I'm wearing 3 Uber Uniques on this build. That's crazy. I just want to get a baseline on this sword real quick. I want to test it out and see. Alright, let's just do a quick bleed test. Nothing too fancy. All I'm going to do is I'm just going to sit here and set up my damage output. So we're just going to put out our damage. Let's go ahead and just make it work. Let's see what we get up to with our current setup. I mean, we're currently at 17 million. I'm just gonna keep on stacking for a little while. I'm gonna hit some of my cooldowns. We're gonna see how high we could push this. There's 32 million. Let's go ahead and stack in our berserk. We need to kick to burn our multiplier. Let's go ahead and fire off a rupture. Get our increased attack speed. Okay, so the highest number I've seen here is like 33 million. And we're obviously not pushing it past 33 million. So 33 million, let's just call it around 33. Looks like that's about the highest we're going to get. Alright, so the only thing we're going to do is we're going to swap out Edge Masters for the Shard of Erethiel. Okay, so that's the only thing we're going to change. We're not going to change anything else. Because I feel like if we go too deep into this, it's not going to get, like, good results. And now let's see if the Shard of Erethiel makes a huge difference for this. And I'm completely out of Fury. Interesting. Wow, okay. Somehow I managed to just... Oh, it's the kick, isn't it? So the kick is depleting all my Fury, which is preventing me from being able to use the... So I can't use it together with that kick. Interesting. Well, I don't necessarily need that kick. So if we do this build, I could potentially just swap that to the Mighty Kick. So that actually wouldn't be too big of a deal. Only problem is I can't generate any Fury. Okay, let's try this again. So I'm already at 36 million, 55 million, 63 million, 72 million, 80 million, 94 million, 103 million, and it's just climbing. 116, 110, Of course, this could go much, much higher than this. I just need to get the right rotation. 130, 128. Let's keep on kicking, boys. Don't stop kicking. Don't stop kicking. Alright, let's get our Wrath of the Berserker up. Let's go ahead and pop one of these. This is going to be pretty powerful here. Man. I don't know. Alright, let's go ahead and hit a rupture. What was that, like 2.2 billion? I think that was 2.2 billion, and it wasn't even like remotely close. Let's double check that. I'm gonna do a quick roll back, and we're gonna pause it for a second so I can grab the damage. Double check that. Alright, so the final hits. Oops, I'm pressing the wrong buttons, is what I'm doing. My bad. You think I would know better being a YouTuber and all. There you go, boys. There's the number. So just adding in the sword. No other changes. Not optimizing for the sword in any way, shape, or form. 2,273,327,872 damage. So I went from 1 billion to 1.2 billion. So I basically doubled. My damage output essentially just multiplied by 2. And that's not even really taking advantage of the ability. Like I could take it much further than that. I mean, because it's a spender, because it turns my basic skill into a spender, there's a lot of like various things that you could play around with here. Obviously, increasing the temper or the master working on this would increase the maximum resource as well, which is also scaling well off of the Ramalati's magnum opus. Also, on top of this, because they changed flay duration to an aspect which belongs on, like a utility space, I could very easily go over to a, like a tempering person. And I didn't want to do this because, well, like I wanted it to be like an equal representation with like what I had before and what I have now with the new setup. So like I didn't want to mess with anything yet. I just wanted to kind of keep it all the same. But because they changed flay duration to a utility, it really kind of makes the entire build really weird, because I can take any of these items now. Like I can take a pair of pants and I can go into the utility section, and there should be a flay duration in the utility section now, of course, which I'm missing all the manuals for some reason. I don't know why how they managed to mess that up, but all my manuals are gone. Even on a character that I played for the entire season, all my manuals are gone. Whatever. I think they copied the manuals from the Eternal Realm, is what they did. And I have basically no manuals on the Eternal Realm, so it kind of sucks. But they basically converted the flay duration to a utility slot, and because it's a utility slot now, basically anything that has a utility slot can have flay duration on it. So I can put flay duration on, not a ring, but I can put it on an amulet. Let me pull out some random items. So it would go on armor now. It will go on helmets. It will go on pants. We're gonna pants. I need pants. Where's my pants at? There's some pants. I got some pants in here. Some pants. There's some pants. So we can go on pants. It can also go on the amulet slot, which I don't have any amulets. So there's an amulet. I can go on an amulet slot. So 1, 2, 3, 4 right off the bat. I don't know if it could go on boots, but we can always check. So, like, when you put the tempering up there, as long as it has utility as an option. So, boots have utility. Amulet has utility. Pants has utility. Helmet has utility. And armor has utility. And I don't think rings do. Rings do not have utility. Weapons do not have utility. So your weapon slots get to go to something else, which is also kind of crazy, in my opinion. So in this particular case, when you're talking about flay duration, like flay duration used to be the most important thing for your weapon slots. Now you don't need that on your weapon slots anymore. So now you can explore other ridiculous doojanks for your bleed damage or whatever it is that you're running, right? So maybe I want to do like ground stomp size or something, or in this particular case, I have access to rupture size, which is a pretty decent option. Kind of makes that rupture explode for a larger, area. We've also got pressure point and expose vulnerability, which what are those two? Not cut to the bone, poopish. Trying to, let's see. Trying to see what those utilities are. Pressure point is your core and weapon mastery skills have a 10% chance to be vulnerable, so that kind of sucks. And then exposed vulnerability is this one, isn't it? Yeah, another vulnerable thing. So neither one of those are really all that super useful, because I don't have all the timber manuals here. I mean, there's other options. Earthquake size is interesting, or leap slam size. I mean, you got other options now. You could go with other things. Berserking duration, kind of a neat one. Kind of help you keep your berserk up 100% of the time. Of course, unless you're running the passive, you can't go over 5 seconds anyway, which kind of sucks. I think rupture size would probably be the best one for this, because rupture size is going to give you a really nice, just like huge AoE effect. It's going to help fix one of the problems with the build. So you probably go with like 2 rupture sizes, or 1 rupture size on like a 2-handed weapon. So you can get 100% rupture size, so you get a nice big like bleed explosion whenever you use the ability. And then I guess for the other ones, I mean berserking duration doesn't sound terrible. Like I said, ground stomp size, leap slam size, earthquake size, those are all kind of interesting, depending on what kind of build you're running. And of course, you could also just go with free elemental damage of some type. Not exactly sure what you'd want there. I wonder if the 40% chance to deal 8,000 physical damage could affect your bleed damage in some way, because it's based on like the base damage, and I don't know if it adds to that. Honestly, this weapon's insane. The shard of a Verathiel or whatever, like it looks nuts. Not only does that, but it has 25% basic attack speed. Like, you know what the really cool thing about this is? Is it basically takes the place of the attack speed aspect that you normally use. So, like, if I have this one right here, which is the 60%, I'm not always going to put that, like, on a 2-handed weapon. Like, it might not be the best option for a 2-handed weapon, right? But, like, the Shard of Verathiel has 25% basic attack speed, and once you start upgrading it, it's going to get a pretty decent amount of basic attack speed depending on what it rolled. So like 25%, just run it on a calculator. Like if it's got 25% and you get like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So no 25% upgrade. If you just get the plus 60%, I mean, that's still going to bring it to 40% increased attack speed on just that for your basic skill, which is insane. This weapon has basically become, and I know that a lot of people don't like to hear this, but best in slot for all basic builds. Like if you're running a basic build and you can counter the primary resource cost in some way, shape, or form, it's basically going to guarantee it to be the best in slot for your build at this point. I don't really know what characters wouldn't want this as their best in slot, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I kind of want to go play with it on popcorn again. I'm trying to make sure I swap over all the items every single time I do this. Yeah, the gushing wound scaling. It probably would work insanely well with the gushing wounds. That new amulet just seems kind of nuts. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It might actually be better than the 60 resource I'm getting from the ladder. I want to see what kind of damage this guy's putting out now. I wanted to get a baseline. I couldn't really tell while I was fighting with you guys because you guys were just, you know, killing everything too fast. So I wanted to get a real quick look at it with the new Dujink. Honestly, Decompose does so much damage. Or it generates so much resource as it is that it's kind of hard for it to lose resource in any way, shape, or form. So even though it costs 25 resource, it doesn't really cost anything because I still generate massive amounts of resource whenever I fire the ability. The only thing that's changed is that I can't just hold down the button on, like, nothing. I used to just sit there and hold it down and wait for the monsters to pop out. Now if I do that, I'll drain all my resource away because I'm not hitting anything. So, there's that.
I'm not ready yet.
Some 1.1 mils in there. I mean, honestly, his damage has gone up considerably with the change. I like this sword. I think it's going to probably make a lot of basic builds even more viable than they were before. I'm actually very curious about maybe trying like a Bone Splinters build. I haven't really done a Bone Splinter build, and I was thinking maybe since Bone Prison casts Bone Splinters, and also I can cast Bone Splinters with Bone Spirit, that maybe I could set up like a basic Bone Splinters build, and then run the shard of Verithiel essentially with that, so I could cast like ridiculous, like, you know, double casted Bone Splinters. Obviously, I'd have to run like double cast Bone Splinters on the focus or the shield or whatever I run over there. But I mean, you also get Bone Splinters from the Bone Prison, and I mean that's something that there's a lot of things that need to be tested with this. Like, I don't know. I guess I need to go over to let me go over to my other necromancer. I just want to give it some testing real quick. See if it scales the Bone Splinters, even if they're not being fired from, like, the main attack. I don't know. Not really sure how well I can conceivably test this, but I can certainly try. I don't want them interfering with the tests, so goodbye. And just remove them for right now so they don't interfere. That way we can see the true damage numbers of the Bone Prison, or the Bone Splinters coming directly from the thing, and get a better idea. Unfortunately, I might have to take the aspect off of this. You know, we'll test it first. Alright, so first off, without the Shard of Verithiel. So 13 crits. I mean, the highest I saw there was like 23k crit. Let's do that one more time. Okay. So I'm looking at like 2 to 3k non-crit, 23k crit. All right, so first off, let's see if it scales with points, which is really easy to do. So it's not a core skill, so perfectly balanced isn't needed here. Actually, Verithiel, does it turn it into a core skill? No, it doesn't. Okay. All right, so we're gonna put some points in there. Let's just go ahead and sack a couple more points here and there. So yeah, let's sack this one too. All right. We still have enough to reach the end. We do. Okay. I'm just making sure Ossified Essence is still on there and, like, it's still working. Okay. So we capped out points on Bone Splinters, so it now has full contribution. We haven't changed anything else, really. So what's our damage now? I mean, I saw a 28k. I want to say I saw a 28k. Let's try that again. There was a 27.
I'm not ready yet.
So it does seem to be going up, unless I'm just imagining it. That was a 268k overpower. Did you see that? 268k overpower. Okay. Nah, you go to World Tier 4 at whatever level you can handle it, Herbal Voodoo. That was 139k overpower. 260k overpower. So yeah, we're getting like 260k overpowers.
I'm not ready yet.
The damage on the base seems to have gone up too, just the white effects. I'm seeing like 4k. So it does seem to be affected by the like the output, like the skill itself. So we've got Bone Splinters coming from the Bone Prison, which seems to be giving us damage output. We also have Bone Splinters coming from Bone Spirit. So if we fire a Bone Spirit, this is something that's different. So let's not hit the target. So we're gonna fire this way. So that was 17 and 23k. 20k. Alright, so this is, let me put this in a separate 2J. Bone, Spirit, Splinters. Okay. So 18k.
More time.
I'm trying to get like a baseline here for this too, but it's kind of difficult. Let me put Bone Splinters on here real quick. Interesting. Okay, so let's do Shard of Earthiel. Let's just put that in. We've lost the Ossified Essence, which I think we might have to, like, mess with, but let's just see. Okay, I saw 588k. Hold on. Shard of Verithiel. So I saw 588k overpower. Let's try that again. So I'm seeing 40k, 48k, 57k, 60. I saw 79k. 79k crit. I could be wrong. I think there was higher than that. Let's try again. 81k. So 81k crit. And then take it further. 22. So about 22,000 base. Why does it seem like the 22 or 22k white or non-crit? Okay, so what's the answer? The answer is the Shard of Verithiel is scaling the basic skill that's coming from the Bone Prison. It's scaling the basic skill coming from the Bone Spirit too, I'm pretty sure. Let's do a quick test on that. That was 26k white.
I lack the required essence.
$88k crit. That seems in line with our damage output from the others. So this is a very interesting idea. So the idea basically is this. You use everything that fires bone splinters. Like, so Bone Prison fires bone splinters. You scale up bone splinters damage as much as you possibly can. You utilize whatever you need to for bone splinters. You could just do the vulnerable thing, so it makes the enemies 100% vulnerable all the time because you're going to be firing bone splinters everywhere. And that's something we can also test. So, like, it says bone splinters has a 20% chance to make the enemy hit vulnerable for 2 seconds. So, does this make the enemy vulnerable? I don't think I have the. Actually, Bone Prison already makes the enemies vulnerable, so that's not really a good option. Especially if we're going to be running Bone Prison, so why not just use the other one? I mean, it's interesting. Let's go ahead and unsacrifice our warriors here real quick.
I'm not ready yet.
Of course, I can't kill anything, so... It's interesting. I can't quite beat the regeneration. I mean, I don't necessarily have to fire the main ability. That's the thing. So this is the interesting thing about the Shard of Erethiel, is that it is, in fact, applying to the bone splinters, even if the bone splinters are coming from this, or even if the bone splinters are coming from the bone prison. And so I can get like multiple bone splinters there coming from various sources that are dishing out pretty good damage. I mean, as you guys saw, I was without really scaling it or trying to scale basic damage at all, I was getting what, 588,000? Well, was that my highest? 588,000 overpowers? That's kind of neat, to be honest. I wonder if I took this and threw it on Popcorn, because he's already set up for basic damage. Let's try throwing it on him, and I'll just do a quick swap out, because he does have adaptability, Moonrise, some of the others, which could definitely make his build worthwhile. We can maybe like see if he's capable of exploiting it better. It'd be interesting to see if Bone Splinters could potentially be a solid build. I mean, you got 3 ways of spamming it. That's a lot of ways. You can also go for double hit. You know, there's a lot of like interesting ways that you could potentially utilize that to your benefit. I mean, one thing I can do here real quick is I can just take these out. We could just throw them in here instead. It's not a huge change, but we can just try this real quick. I just want to see what kind of damage I could potentially output. And then, of course, swap this, do this, and swap Decompose to Bone Splinters. Just to see like what kind of damage we could potentially output. Oh my god, I hate when that skill assignment thing pops up. I mean, there's definitely more that we can do. Let's pull this, put that there for the maximum essence. And, I think it'll do it for right now, because I really just want to test it. I just want to see how much damage I can pop out.
I'm not ready yet.
We're just going to basic cast it, nothing too fancy.
I need more time.
course, then I don't have any of my minions. Definitely not maintaining my essence output, that's for sure. Of course, my build could be a hell of a lot different here. I'm missing out on the nodes that I need. God, I'd have to, like, respec the whole character for this. Do we respect? Do we respect our character? Do we respect? Do we do the respect? Or maybe I just create a character. I don't know if that's what I want to do. It take too long and again I gotta poo. I don't really know if that's what I want to do. Cause I don't know what the frick I want to do. I don't know. Do. Maybe I just make a new necromancer. How about that? Let's just make a new necromancer. I mean, it won't take me that long. I mean, it won't be the best necromancer in the world, but it'll be a necromancer that I can test this out and see how much damage I can output. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Alright, give me level 100. Thank you. Let's go ahead and put those boots on because we need that. Honestly, I don't even care what equipment they threw on me. I'm just going to use it. Need a focus though. So let's put that in here. I mean, this is going to be the bare minimum of what I can achieve, but at least it'll be like a decent build. So let's just see what we can pull off with this. So we definitely still want maximum essence because we're scaling based on that. We're not using core skills. I do want to go with the mages, so we're going to go with the mages. We're definitely going to put max points in Bone Prison because we want the cooldown to be as low as possible. And we're going to go with reduces active cooldowns. Close enemies take more damage from you. I want to go amplify damage. We're going to do decrepify. Now we want abhorrent decrepify. We're probably still going to do bone prison because it just makes sense, but we're going to have to figure out our... God, get out of here. I mean, bone spirit, but we're going to have to figure out our resource problems. We need like massive amounts of resource regeneration, so we'll figure that out. Compound fracture, evulsion, and rapid ossification. All those get applied. We want ossified essence for sure. We don't really care about the golem. Might not even take the golem. I'm not entirely sure. Let's go ahead and grab the things to keep the minions alive. Let's go ahead and use Bone Storm, and then we're going to put 3 in the Mage Mastery because we actually want to use those. I think that's pretty much it. Paragon board. Let's get this quickly set up. I'm not going to do like ridiculous min-maxing on this, but let's get it done anyway. So we definitely want... Where is it? Bone Graph, that's the one we want. Alright, so this is the kind of like going to be our main board because we need all the maximum essence from it as well, which is kind of a pain in the butt for the way that this build works, but whatever. We need all the maximum essence we can get. We need, let's see, we can go to this board over here. let's go ahead and figure out some of our glyphs real quick. So this is going to be a physical damage build, mainly. Amplify will probably come in handy because of our curses. We're definitely going to run the Amplify, so let's just go ahead and throw that up here. Magic nodes, it is intelligence, so let's go ahead and grab that. Intelligence, intelligence, intelligence. Okay. Next one. Increased physical damage, and you gain for each active minion. That sounds good. And that one is bonus to magic nodes, so we might as well grab the resistances ones here, because why not? We also get the intelligence from that one anyway. So there we go, that one's active. We're probably just gonna like bust up here and activate this one too. Overpower actually gets us some pretty decent damage output. Kind of curious if Overpower might not be still a really good option here with maybe like the Banished Lord's Talisman. Especially since we can get the 35% Overpower multiplier. We probably want Cult Leader too, since we're going to do the minions. I don't know if I want to go up there and grab these, but they do give damage reduction for the minions. Let's do the mages. So let's spin that so we can grab the mages. Actually, no, I spun a little bit too far. Hold on. Yes, that's about how we want it. We're going to be using the mages for more damage output. That's the goal anyway. We can get our next board right there. We also have our next board right there, so we don't really have to go far for anything. Increase damage from you. Let's do Dead Razor since we're going to be using minions. So damage reduction for you and your minions. That sounds good. And summon damage. I mean, certainly doesn't hurt. We need intelligence anyway, so we'll grab it. Alright, let's grab the overpower damage, because we're going to be going with overpower. What do we got? Damage while fortified. Damage while fortified. Bunch of poopies. There's overpower damage in that one. That's the one we want, because we're going to want to overpower. It's basically our goal. So we'll take this one. That'll work just fine. Then we're going to go down this way. Alright, another glyph. We want the every time you overpower an enemy. That's definitely one we're looking at. That one is willpower. Let's go ahead and grab that one. That one's actually really nice. The willpower node's over here in the garbage section. Poopies. I hate it when the willpower nodes are like in the cheap seats. I guess that really doesn't matter. Okay. Alright, we're really close to a couple boards. We could probably get 2 more glyph sockets. Let's go for some cheap ones. So I do want Scent of Death. It's a pretty nice one. Let's go to critical strike damage. willpower is good in addition to intelligence. If you're wondering why I'm grabbing willpower, it's because of the requirements for the node. So dominate is the glyph that gives me a multiplier based on whether or not I've recently overpowered the monster. It requires 25 willpower to activate the special power. If the requirements are met, you get the multiplier. So in this particular case, you need to build willpower. In this particular case, you need to build intelligence. In this particular case, you need to build intelligence. In this particular case up here, it's intelligence and so forth and so on. So you have to follow whatever the glyph tells you to do. You gotta be a slave to the glyph, so to speak. Critical strikes to animals are healthy. Corpses fortify you. Dealing damage to a vulnerable enemy. We want that one. That one is going to be dexterity. So we're going to go down here to the dex portion here and grab all the dex nodes. One more dex node. One more dex node. Do-si-do. Come on down and let's go. And that's activated, yo. Come on down, do-si-do. Alright, last one. Do I want to activate another glyph? Or do I want to activate, consuming a corpse? I'm pretty sure I want to activate consuming a corpse, so that's what we're going to do. I think I can get some critical strike damage out of this. Yeah, I just got to rotate the board. And then we're going to go down through the critical strike damage. I might have to skimp some points here or there. It'll be alright. Alright, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 5 points. So we got to skimp them somewhere. I grabbed a couple extras here and there, so we can definitely do that. 5 points. I can do Essence on Kill there. I don't need that. That's 1. I'm trying to think here, like how many more we can sack. A little light on points here. I definitely want to get that last one activated though, so we gotta sacrifice something. I guess I don't necessarily need the skeletal mage damage here or the minion. I can't sacrifice the minion resist all. Okay, so that's stuck. I could sacrifice the minion armor. That's 2 points there. Still need 1 more point. We could sacrifice 1 5% bone damage. That'll be fine. Alright. So that gives us a pretty well-rounded character here. Now we need to take a quick gander at the equipment. I need a focus. Just any focus. It doesn't really matter. Weapon, ancestral, legendary. Honestly, just a focus. Let me just find a focus. I gotta have 1 in here. There we go. There's a 925. Alright, done. Alright, now we need aspects. So, I think we're going to be using Banished Lords. I think I need to steal that, actually, from my other character. It just makes sense for this particular build, because we're going to be spending lots of resource. The more resource we spend, the more overpowers we get. The more overpowers we get, the more damage we do, and so forth and so on. I think Harlequin Crest might be a really good option for this as well. Yeah, probably Harlequin Crest. His boots are better too. Let's steal his boots. I know I'm stealing everything he owns, but whatever. Do you quit earning Paragon points at level 100? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, yes. Alright, Harlequin Crest. It's a solid choice for this. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so from this point we need our basic skill damage. So we need Moonrise, which is going to be one of our really good ones. We also need adaptability, which is another really good one. We also need the, what's it called? Splinter, I think. Yeah, the splintering aspect. No, that's not it. Shattered Spirits aspect. That's it. This is the one that gives us the bone splinters attacking in all directions, which is going to be huge for us. And then for the gloves, we need the new bone prison aspect. I don't know why I typed in bone. That was terrible. There's like 1,000 million bone aspects. Well, actually, no, we don't need that one, do we? Because that one's on the boots. Right? So we've got that on the boots. In which case, we probably just want Ossified Essence, I would think, would be a really good one for this. Just trying to think what else I might want to throw on here. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking maybe like Undying aspect tied together with then, well, actually no, that's a ring aspect, isn't it? Yeah, Starlight is only a ring aspect, which means it can't be used with these. Huh. Starlight might not work then. Alright, let's see here. You go there, you go there. You go there.
I cannot do that here.
The Crown of Lucian. The Lucian Crown. I'm gonna go summon some minions first before I go to the training room. Let's go punch some monsters outside in the real world. Oh, there's a goblin. What's up, goblin?
I need more time.
Another goblin. What the hell?
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. Army's up. Let's go see how he does. I mean, his gear's not min maxed. I don't know. I guess I need to at least temper his weapon or whatever. I forgot about that. I need to throw like double shot on his weapon, or his focus at least, because I can't do it on the sword. So I have to do it on the other dude jank here. Bone augments. Hey, 23% for bone splinters to cast twice. Okay. Why you gotta give me stupid distance? I don't want your distant damage. You can keep all that damage. Cause I don't plan to be distant, no I don't. I don't wanna be distant, no way, no. And you still gave me all that ugly crap now. Ugly, ugly. All that ugly crap now. I don't know, I'm just rolling jank to be rolling jank. I just want to like give it a good attempt here to see how well it works. I don't even really care what it gets as long as it gets something like halfway decent. Damage to distant enemies is not it. Good enough. Well, you know, I'll give you a chance to refine your build. Herbal Voodoo, give you a chance to refine your build. Alright, let's see what kind of numbers we're pumping out with this. I don't know. It's just another thing I want to test. I have a million things that I wanted to test. I should have been testing this stuff like days ago, but you know, life happened.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Wow, I can't keep my bone mages up to save my life. They all killed themselves in like seconds. It's hilarious. And they've got no corpses. Got no corpses to keep me up. Boom, boom, boom. No friggin' corpses. I got no corpses to keep me up. No corpses. Oh, I got none. I mean, I'm getting like solid 200k bone splinters. Of course, there's 3 bone splinters per attack, so 200k times 3. That means I'm getting 246, about 600k per shot. And then, of course, on top of that, like sometimes I'll have more bone splinters come out. I'm getting like the double every now and then, which does give me more. I'm also getting the bone splinters from this and the bone splinters from that. I'm seeing like mill hits. I mean, there was a really nice overpower there for a second. I don't know what that was. Here, let me rewind this and take a look real quick and see what that overpower was. Yonka tonka ponka. I need to go to my live stream. Pull up all of my memes. And I tell everybody for free. 1.6 million. 2.65 million. That's not bad. 2.6 million is pretty good. I mean, that's just a regular Bone Splitter hit. That's Bone Spirit right there. So that's a 25 million Bone Spirit. 28 million Bone Spirit. There's another big one there. Hold on. 2.8. That's a 2.8 million overpower.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Alright, so one thing I haven't done is, well, I guess I did at least one of them. I didn't put two topazes. I also could min-max my equipment a little bit. Let's go min-max our gear. Let's see if we can maximize this a little bit. That's not the impression it gave me, Florin. I played D3 for, well, probably over 1,000 hours, and when I played D4, I was actually relieved that it wasn't like D3. Diablo 3 has, yeah, I mean, there are some similarities between them, but for the most part, D4 has managed to separate itself. Okay, we need to enchant. That's what we need to do. So let's just take a little bit of time. A little bit of time. A little bit of love. Get down tonight. Get down tonight. Nightbot is being mean to you apparently because you spam the same message. Or what the hell? I don't know. I don't know why Nightbot's being mean to you, Florin. I mean, if their goal is to spread the game out as far as possible, yeah, there might be multiple expansions. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, really. What do I want? Like resource, maximum resource? I think that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, I want like 13 maximum resource. That's like my highest bonus there, I think. Well, I got an 8. Good luck getting a 13. Oh, there's a 10. Not bad. Okay, maybe I'm luckier. I'll be luckier than I think. I did not think Diablo 3 was great, Errol Voodoo. I thought Diablo 3 was a travesty. It could have been a great game, but I mean, it really just wasn't a great game. And there were a lot of reasons why it wasn't really a good game. I could go over them all. I have gone over them all many, many times, and I'm tired of going over them. I don't want to go over them anymore. I feel like Diablo 3 is the equivalent of like margarine versus butter. Like margarine is not better than butter. Objectively, butter is more delicious and more tasty, just in general. And you know, like if all you've ever eaten your entire life is margarine, you know, like maybe you might think it's a good thing, but like as soon as you actually have real butter on something, you're not really gonna like be of the same opinion. And when you go back to margarine after having had real butter, like you're you're gonna realize just how bad the margarine is. And that's kind of like Diablo 3 in a nutshell. Is Diablo 3 kind of seems like a decently okay game if that's all you've ever played, and like you never experienced Diablo 2 or pretty much any other ARPG out there. Like it might be considered an okay experience by you, but I feel like most people, once they get into other ARPGs, like just about any other ARPG, they start to realize all the faults that Diablo 3 has. And then when they go back to Diablo 3 later, they're like, why does this suck so bad? Me personally, I would fall asleep playing Diablo 3. Like legit fall asleep playing Diablo 3. That has never happened to me once on Diablo 4 or Diablo 2. So, it definitely is a difference between the two. Poison damage. Alright, let's get rid of poison. Let's just reroll the main stat. There you go. Perfect. Done. Done. Alright, we need, I think you can get bone splinters on this. Or is it, we can get bone prison. Interesting. All macabre skills. I mean, bone macabre skills is probably better. Because we get, that way we get bonus to bone spirit and we get bonus to bone prison instead of just one or the other. So I think that's probably better. I mean, this armor sucks, to be perfectly honest, so we could definitely get something better than this, but... You're absolutely right. Diablo 3 wasn't a bad game. It was a bad Diablo game. It's what a lot of people say about Diablo 3, is that Diablo 3 was not a bad game. It was a bad Diablo title. Like, it didn't really deserve to be in the franchise. Like, if it had released as a standalone game with the things that they put in it, like, I don't think anybody would judge it so harshly, but because it's being put up against other better Diablo titles like Diablo 1, Diablo 2, and even Diablo 4 now, I feel like it pales in comparison to those titles. It even pales in comparison to Diablo 4, to be perfectly honest. Man, good luck getting the roll that I want, man. I got like millions and millions of gold. I gotta sit here just hitting the button over and over again, hoping it pops up. I think it's actually pants that has the basics on it, so we'll have to re-roll the pants too. I'm trying to see what damage I can push out of those builds, but you know, this armor is terrible. Like it's absolutely terrible, and I feel like I just need to throw it away because that's how bad it is. So we're just gonna drop that on the ground. I'm gonna find a better armor, something that's not garbage, and we're gonna put that on instead. Perfect. That's way better than that piece of crap that I was wearing. Piece of crap that I'm wearing can stay on the ground. That's a much nicer one for this test. So let's do. I need the skills to bone prison or macabre, just in general. Just get the macabre. Good luck ever getting what I'm looking for on these rerolls, though. I sat here, I swear, for what felt like... Oh, it's got mana per second. Ew. I didn't realize it had mana per second on it. Okay, well, that's a wasted stat. I thought it was... I didn't realize that. It's a sorceress item. I should have rerolled the mana per second. Oh, well. Well, hey, I'm getting mana now. Look at me. +3 to Blood Mist, Poopies. God, I'm so freaking tired of hitting the button. I'm just gonna do this. It's just one less click that I've got to do. Good Lord. It doesn't even want to give me skills. Like, it just keeps giving me non-skills, like, over and over again. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on. There's like 15 skills on the board, buddy. Like, okay, maybe not 15, but there's Blood Mist, Macabre, Bone Prison, Corpse Explosion, and Golem Mastery. There's a lot of things on there that you can give me besides the garbage that you're giving me. Can we move on from the life per second and the healing received and the impairment reduction? I don't know why that's even still a thing on the items. I don't want Blood Mist. There we go. +2 Macabre. All right. Let's see if we can grab the pants. Oh, is that dodge chance? Like, whatever, okay. We should be able to get bone splinters here, increasing our damage tremendously, I would assume. +3 to reap. +2 to basic. That's better than not having basic. I almost chose it too. See that? I had +1 basic. I almost clicked on it. It was really close. I was thinking, my brain went to it. I was like, basic skills. But it's not good basic skills. It's the crappy one. The replace affix is identical to D3. Yeah, there's a lot of little mechanics here and there. I mean, I don't think that functionally Diablo 3 was absolutely the worst game ever, but there was a lot of really bad things about it. I like to tell people that they took the good parts of Diablo 3 and they added them into Diablo 4, and they left behind a lot of the bad parts, like, for instance, the sets from Diablo 3, which were absolutely god-awful, and I am so glad every single day that I log into Diablo 4. I am so immensely glad and happy and joyous and thankful to Jesus himself that they did not put sets in Diablo 4, because the sets that they had in Diablo 3 were cancerous. They were cancer incarnate. Like, all they did was ruin that game. Diablo 3 would be 1,000% better if they just deleted all the sets from Diablo 3. Every single set. Just take all of the sets, every single one of them, and just burn them in a fire that's so hot that not even the sun could withstand the flames. And then Diablo 3 literally becomes like 10,000, actually 10,000% better than it currently is. And the fact that they did not follow, to Diablo 4 is a blessing. There wasn't a single one of them sets that I think were good. Not a single one. They were all hand-holdy, like, just garbage. They were hand-holdy garbage, is what they were. Okay, I'm giving up on finding bone splinters here, because they don't want to give it to me. So I'm just going to go over there, and I'm going to cry in the corner, because they don't want to give me the +3 bone splinters. Even if I do get it, it's probably just going to be +2, and it's going to be just as good as what I currently have, so... Oh, whatever. Your mom's a hoe. How about that? Of course it's not gonna ever give it to me. +2 decompose. Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna sit here forever and reroll this. Okay, that's good enough for right now. Like, nothing too, like, crazy that I can do there. Let's get another Royal Topaz for the weapon so that we can get our maximum basic skill damage. I mean, minor changes here or there, but we've, like, optimized better. So we're better optimized than we were before. Let's see how this works. Sometimes it's just impossible. Like, it definitely. Alright, let's try this. Oh wait, hold on. I need some way to generate corpses. Apparently I have no way to generate corpses, so I didn't take hued flesh, which I need to take. So let's just do this for right now. It's kind of a pain in my butt, but we don't really need that for this right now anyway.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
I mean, the damage output isn't like terrible. I mean, my bones spirits are still doing like 41 mil spike. I'm seeing, you know, like some pretty big crits. I think I saw like a 5 mil there, 4.9 mil. That wasn't bad. I mean, my bone prison is also doing pretty good bone splinter damage as it like fires bone splinters inward. I've also got a nice spender there. I can still generate essence with this build. It's not terrible. Trying to see like my overpowers here on the bone splinters themselves. I mean, that was like a 3 mil there.
I need more time.
I mean, the damage isn't bad. I'm seeing like 6 mil overpowers, etc. I mean, like it's a workable build, just with the bone splinters itself. I mean, I'm also seeing that when I cast the bone spirit, I get a bunch of free bone splinters, right? And the free bone splinters that come out from the bone spirit are hitting pretty hard too. Like, so now I've enhanced the bone splinters that come out from the Shattered Spirit circle, which gives you 18 bone splinters coming out in a circle there. I've enhanced the bone splinters coming out from that to dish out some pretty massive damage as well. So, I mean, I got a nice little, like, AoE attack, which is going to do some pretty decent damage to everything around me in a circle. I mean, it's certainly not terrible, to be perfectly honest. I'm not entirely sure about the bone mages casting my bone splinters, but I mean, and there's a lot of min-maxing that could be done with this. This is actually very impressive for being very badly min-maxed. I mean, very ineffective equipment. I could definitely have greater affixes. My tempering could be better. The Shard of Erithiel is only at 240% out of 300%, although it does have +3 to basic skills, which means my Bone Splinters is currently at rank 16. But then I also only have 2 on the pants instead of 3, which I could have 3. So I've got 1 extra here, and I'm, you know, got like 1 missing there, so like whatever. Or sorry, yeah, here and here. I get 2 from this as well, which does affect the bone splinters. It's also giving me another one to Bone Prison, so Bone Prison has like a 8-second cooldown, which isn't like terrible. Even the damage that the Bone Prison is dishing out, so it does 30 bone splinters going into the center. So just the damage of it, like if I go to like a single training dummy, and then just like pop that right there. I mean, you can see it's doing like 200k, like 100k whites, like 300, 400k, and if it hits any overpowers while it's doing it, the overpowers actually hit pretty hard. I don't get like the free overpowers from it, but I mean, you can see like the damage output that it does just for surrounding a monster and they're all shooting inward is actually not bad. Hey, James Speak. Thanks for the Prime sub. I appreciate it, man. Apparently, you haven't seen my Sanic to Hooge-Hag, Florin. Sanic to Hooge-Hag moves so fast you can't even click on nothing. Really depends on what you're willing to do to make it work. I don't know. I like the build. I think it works really well synergistically. Obviously, I could get more damage out of Bone Spirit, and I think there's something to be said here for maybe like backing away a little bit from the basic skill damage. I'm not really entirely sure. I mean, it's still very much a bone build. I could go with Ossified Essence on the Shattered Spirit Circle, which could be an interesting way to play this. So Ossified Essence gives you a cooldown reduction for every 100 Essence that you spend. And since I'm spending and creating at the same time with Bone Splinters, I could potentially reset all my cooldowns relatively quickly, including Bone Storm, Bone Spirit, and Bone Prison. I mean, as it is right now, it's a functional build. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I think I could probably take this... I don't know, my armor's a little low, and my resistances are okay. I mean, if I threw some skulls in my equipment, I might be able to pop my armor up to a more acceptable level. Maybe throw some health gems in there. I'm gonna play around with this. Yeah, well, let's take it into a do-jank and let's just see what happens. Is the pit still bugged, though? I thought the pit was, like, way harder than it was supposed to be, for some reason. But yeah, we could take it in there and take a peek. Actually, what is our HP? Oh, our HP is really low. Yeah, we kind of need those rubies. Okay, we also need 2 skulls. I'm not entirely sure about the bone mages. They keep killing themselves too much, and I'm not able to I'm not able to keep them up. So I think maybe we're just gonna go with the cold mages for right now, just so we don't have them dying all the time every single time we have an opening. Let's go to Saragar. Let's just open up a pit real quick. Actually, hold on. I'm in World Tier 2. Because this is a brand new character. I almost forgot. See? Almost. And I don't think he has access to the pit. I can check. He might have to complete a nightmare dungeon before he can have access to the pit. Yeah, he needs to complete a nightmare dungeon first. Alright, so let's just kick him into a nightmare dungeon. Doesn't really matter. I'll just create one and we'll just go run it. I mean, if he can't do like a 100 nightmare dungeon, he's gonna have issues anyway. So let's just pull him into a random nightmare dungeon. This is a 98. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, he's very ineffectively set up. He might actually die. So, I don't think he has the damage reduction that he needs. I forgot to put the DR mod on his equipment, which, yeah, it's unfortunate. He actually has a sorceress mod on his piece of equipment right now. Let me throw Hardened Bones. Yeah, let me throw Hardened Bones on there real quick, just so that he's actually has a chance of surviving and he doesn't look like a pleb. Hardened Bones should work out pretty well with his setup. Hardened Bones, boys. Oh yeah, got them bones of hardness. Oh yeah. Instant death. That's pretty much what I figured. He's not tanky enough. That's okay. We're gonna make it work, one way or the other. One way or another. Gotta res the army again.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I lack the required essence. I'm not ready yet.
One thing I'm missing with this build is attack speed. I totally didn't even think about that. I mean, masterworking will fix a lot of that just by simply getting a lot of the attack speed out of the way from the equipment. Yeah, he is so freaking squishy. I hate how squishy you can be on freaking Necromancer. The squishiest. How squishy is he?
I'm not ready yet.
He's a squishy boy. Oh, wow. Okay. I don't think this guy's clearing this dungeon. Not with how quickly he gets wrecked by freaking everything. I mean, I think his damage output's fine, but he can't survive the hits, unfortunately. Man, that's even with hardened bones too. And I got a shotgun one. I got a hardened bones and a shotgun. And I was running the bone, which gives you another 15% damage reduction.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, it's not really a minion build, but I was thinking about it.
I need more time.
If you use the bone mages, you will have survivability issues. It's how the bone mages work. It's their friggin' it's the way they work. You know, the bone mages basically what they do is they hurt themselves every single time they attack, and they take off a percentage of their own life with each attack. And then once they attack 6 times, they use one of my bone splinters or my bone spears if I set them up that way. And then what happens is they just kill themselves. So within a very short period of time, they'll all be dead. If you take a look right down here, you see this number 5? All right, just watch the number 5 when I get into a battle. You'll see within a very short period of time that number 5 will deplete very slowly, and before too long, they will all be dead. It doesn't take very much effort for them to kill themselves. We'll say we are down to 2, we are down to 1, and gone. As you can see, the bone mages just murder themselves. So the bone mages are the only ones, however, that fire off bone splinters, and this is a bone splinters build, so the whole idea is to have them firing off bone splinters, but I mean, without like a ring of the sacrilegious to keep them on like constant death watch where they're, you know, healing themselves or being constantly resurrected, I just don't really think the bone mages have the like hit points or the survivability to do much of anything. I mean, if I switch over to any of the other mages, doesn't really matter. The cold mages on either one or the shadow mages on either one, they do a hell of a lot better and they stay alive a hell of a lot longer. But the bone mages kill themselves on a regular basis. I mean, they have some really good effects, don't get me wrong. You got, like, the ability to fortify yourself really quickly, or you get the, you know, like, the ability for them to cast bone splinters and stuff. But, like, it's almost like you need the Ring of the Sacrilegious to make the bone mages work, because there's no way that you're going to be, you know, cognizant enough to keep them up 100% of the time. And even if you are, like, I feel like you're just wasting your time. It's a waste of your time, basically, to constantly micromanage them. One problem with this build that I'm noticing already is that I'm very poor on aspect slots. Like, I think that it's doable, but I'm very, very aspect poor at this particular moment. I mean, I feel aspect 4. The build is just not really, like, giving me really what I want, unfortunately.
I'm not ready.
I mean, there's a couple different ways I was thinking about possibly setting this build up, and I mean, this is just one of them. There's more. I had another idea, which was literally just to scale Bone Prison itself. Because Bone Prison has a really nice scaling damage multiplier, or damage number now, that works based on your weapon damage. So you can basically just kind of like tap Bone Prison over and over again and watch it explode and kill everything. It's okay. Like, the damage output was alright from what I saw, but it doesn't really do like as much as I thought it was going to do. Alright guys, it's getting pretty late. I've had a long day. I've been up, well, really, since really early in the morning. I went to go visit my dad in the hospital, so normally I stream for a hell of a lot longer than this, but today is going to be one of those days where I cut it short. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me for these fun little adventures and testing. I'm going to try and... I'm not really sure when I'm next going to be on, because honestly, I was going to go out for my girlfriend's birthday tomorrow, maybe. Yeah, I don't really know. I will be on again, though, and hopefully you guys will join me. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.